because we wanted to sensitize our audience as well as stakeholders how big and massive AMR. AMR full form is antimicrobial resistance. And we'll today try to assess what is the impact of AMR in India as well as globally, how AMR can change the economics and the dynamics of any country where it is rampantly being experienced. I today have a distinguished panel. To start from my left, I would say I welcome not Dr. Anmol. Anmol is the lead R&D strategy head from Venus Remedies. And Anmol has spent a lot of time working around the antimicrobial activities, because Venus, as we know, has been into more of antibiotic sterile manufacturing as well as orals. Then adjacent to me, I have a privilege of welcoming Dr. Gopal Krishnan. Dr. Gopal does not need any introduction. People who are from Punjab or Haryana or Himachal, I think most of us would be knowing him because he's been the professor of the Department of Biotechnology in NIPER. NIPER is one of the most renowned institutions in India. And as an organization, we have also been taking a lot of academic inputs from NIPER, from CHINTAN Pharmaceutical. On my right, I welcome Dr. R.P.N. Mishra, a renowned personality. He's a principal senior scientist, CSIR, Department of Biochemistry, Biochemical. We welcome you, sir. And on my extreme right, it's Ms. Jyoti Kalra. She is the technical sales head for Centrient Pharmaceutical. And why we are having Centrient on board? Because Centrient has done a lot of work in terms of antimicrobial resistance, and they are also into bulk drug manufacturing of antibiotic. So before I start this session, allow me to open my mobile, because it is difficult for me to remember all the questions to be asked. So I will do some sort of cheating here. Give me a couple of seconds. Okay, so before I hunt about the question, I'll start with a generic question from Anmol. You have been from the industry, and we would like to collect some few thoughts around what is AMR, how big is AMR, and what is, as an industry person, what is your take on AMR? People would like to also understand why are we discussing AMR as the first opening session in India?
Am I audible? Yeah, perfect. So antibiotic resistance or antimicrobial resistance is one of the biggest public health threat of the world. Most of the antibiotics that once used to cure infections are no longer working anymore. Millions of patients are dying because anti-infectives have become ineffective. And this is getting worse with time. Within India itself, 1/3 of the infections are resistant to antibiotics. That means there is no antibiotic or no medicine that can solve the purpose or cure the infection. On the other side, there is a dry pipeline. Very few drugs are in pipeline as compared to oncology or any other segment that can help treat infectious disease. The fight against pathogens, or we call as superbugs, is is a very one of the biggest challenging fight that scientists are facing today. And this case is so complicated because the pipeline doesn't have efficacious drug currently. And if we talk about India, then in India, around 10 antibiotics out of 300 global antibiotics are in development. And those 10 antibiotics are also not new chemical entity. Most are just reformulation of the drugs that have already been developed. So the science is the older one, and there is nothing new, novel that has been coming up. India is the global hotspot for antimicrobial resistance, and there is a very uh, important emphasis by the government of India over the last 3-4 years towards solving this issue. And we as a company, we are coming up with various stewardship approaches, surveillance methodologies, developing new antibiotics, providing access of antibiotics to not just in India but globally. Antibiotics should not be treated as a commercial product. It is a public health tool. And that is how the policies and all the stakeholders need to come together to find a solution how we can preserve the life of existing antibiotics and parallelly develop new antibiotics that can help tackle the pathogens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anmol. But continuing the same question, I would like to ask you on how should we tackle this? Like as a FDA formulation manufacturer, how do you see that? What role and formulation from the FDA front? How do you see that industry should handle this?
Yeah. So two of our pipeline research products are US FDA qualified infectious disease product approved. And what I have seen currently, they want something novel. Definitely, the AMR burden that is in India is twice that is in Europe and US. So the challenge, what US or the other developed countries are facing is comparatively very low as compared to South Asian countries like India. So definitely, the manufacturing will play a great role towards it because the access is the key. There are certain areas in the world, Africa or Middle East Asia, where there is lack of antibiotics and good quality antibiotics that is needed to treat infections. But yes, given that antibiotics should be available, but it should be used in a stewardship manner. That is more important.
Thank you very much. Now, shifting from a formulation company to a API bulk drug company, I would like to invite Jyoti to speak up on the certain aspects how a bulk drug manufacturer sees AMR and what is the horizon of AMR and how is bulk drug API industry contributing towards AMR?
Okay. So in terms of the overall AMR,
Can you keep the mic towards that?
so I mean, considering that AMR is one of the major public health crises globally as well as in India, and the API industry in India is one of the biggest industries, and India contributes like more than 80% of the global antibiotics demand in the generic space. Now, having said that, the API industries contribute mainly in terms of the environmental pollution coming from the discharge or the untreated water which comes from the factories, and it gets then directly directly discharged into the environment with the untreated antibiotics, and that's how the main cause of AMR. Now, in terms of the antibiotic, I think it should be more of having a global standard driven by the regulatory bodies also in India, that it should have a defined value for the untreated water or the residue of the antibiotics that gets in the like out of the factories, that it should have a PNEC defined, predicted no effect concentration.
Thank you very much, Jyoti. And now I come to the brains behind the discussion what we are having. To start with, Dr. R.P.N. Mishra. Uh, considering the rapid emergence, considering the rapid emergence of AMR, what are the R&D initiatives from the academic point of view? What do you propose as the R&D initiative with India should take in the research organization, which should help us curb this menace at the grassroots level itself?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Joshi, first of all, for organizing this interesting, really, and much needed event, and we should have more and more this kind of things. Speaking about particularly R&D institution or academic institution viewpoint, obviously we know that, major pharma, they are, going back, they don't have, presence in the major initiative for development of new antibiotics. And, that's one thing is something we should worry about. But, as far as academic and research institution is concerned, discovery of new antibiotic, obviously we have different kind of programs running, funded by different ministries, our internal sources, to effort targeting those, MDR or AMR pathogens. So those kind of routine as well as mission mode kind of activity we are doing, and trying to see if we can find something which is acting against AMR. That's for the antibiotics. But in addition to that, now if you look globally, there are a lot of discussion and initiatives are coming up. In addition to antimicrobials, we should also have some alternative or non-conventional initiatives to be taken. As just now you heard about that, the biosimilar vaccines and monoclonal antibodies. So now people are thinking that since antibiotics are something they exert very acute selection pressure and bacteria emerges as a resistant. However, on the other side, vaccines and monoclonal antibody, they work in a different mechanism. So there is a minimal chance or less likely to get the resistant strain. And, so if we can also think about some non-conventional approach, particularly designing antibodies against those, let's say escape pathogens, which are the, WHO listed pathogens, as well as to discover some protective antigens, which we can use as a vaccine formulation. And those vaccines basically will work to prevent, the infection. In that way, we can reduce the burden of AMR. So that kind of initiative are also there in our institution. And we as a scientist and many groups are working on that area as well. So, in addition to working in the antibacterial approach, as well as combining this antibacterial approach with the immune-driven approach, because vaccine and monoclonal antibody, they work along with your immune system, so that we have more sustainable way of, tackling this AMR.
I think I fully agree with your statement because it is less expensive to be in a prophylactic zone rather than it's more expensive to be in a treatment zone. So what you are recommending is that we have not been focusing more on the prophylaxis part. We have been focusing more on the treatment part. So it is more economically viable in case we try to focus more on immunotherapies and vaccines, which may ultimately prevent us having any bacterial infection, viral infection, or fungal infection. The rightly pointed
Yeah,
out.
just to add you, I mean, more economically, we can't say, particularly for antibodies, monoclonal antibodies, those are something expensive thing. But vaccines, of course, if you have a viable vaccine candidates which can prevent particularly the risk population, not everybody, the person who are working in hospital, the person who are going for elective surgeries, and they have chances to acquire infection in the hospital. If they get immunized and they build up the immunity against it is less likely that they will acquire infection in the hospital, right? So, and these kind of infection are often deadly. So these kind of things, obviously antibodies produced in India are much more economical than the outside. And there are many programs also. And also Department of Pharma has that PRIP scheme and other schemes are there, which are supporting industries and academia for taking leads forward for in this domain as well. But yes, vaccines are, obviously we know that, they are quite affordable vaccines. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
for the response. Now I come to Dr. Krishan Gopal. So from the academic and research perspective, how would you characterize the current AMR landscape in India and how it differentiates from the global trend?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for this opportunity to talk to you all. So India offers both opportunity, in terms of the size of population we have today. We are the largest population on the planet, which means that we are going to face more and more infections worldwide in terms of AMR infections. The kind of load we are going to face is going to be the largest in the world. And then it also offers an opportunity, since we have more and more infections. So it offers an opportunity for research. It offers an opportunity for drug manufacturers to make more and more of these solutions to be provided to the people. Globally, if we see people, if they get infection in hospitals, they are usually cured, right? But in India, we do not have hospitals which, once you acquire, let us say, hospital-borne drug-resistant or multi-drug-resistant infections, it becomes very, very difficult to treat. It is difficult to treat here also. It is difficult to treat in the rest part of the world. And when we say AMR is not restricted only to bacterial infections. We also consider viral as well as fungal infections, which are not responding to drugs as AMR infections. So we are going through a pandemic already. A pandemic means it's already spread to almost every country in the world. So we see these infections everywhere. So it is it's bigger than a COVID, I will say right now. And it's going to make us go backwards in terms of our progress. So basically, if we do not get solutions very soon, we are going to get back to a situation where we were before World War II, 1940s, where 1930s or so, where average lifespan of Indian was around 30 years. Any small minor infection, any small injury, you go to hospital and you will not be able to survive those infections unless your immunity is good or if you are infected with these multi-drug resistant bacteria. So we are going backwards. Our whole progress is going to go back. So what I'm trying to say is in India, we have different challenges. We have low income population largely. So we have to make solutions which are much affordable and reachable to even primary centers, like solutions which we can easily take up to the grassroots levels. So this is a bigger challenge we have. And this is, I will say, it offers a big opportunity as well as for us as a researcher, because we have diversity, different kinds of resistance patterns that we see in microbes. And also it's an opportunity for drug manufacturers to produce more and more antibiotics, more effective antibiotics. This is what I can say.
Thank you for your response. Sir, continuing with your own statements, how does the academia collaborate with the industry to handle this current crisis of AMR? What should be done?
Okay. So I will say it is better to handhold at the beginning of the start. There are different stages we can get in touch with industry. First is we come together and find out, okay, this is what the problem is, which we already know now, and can we move forward together? So that is one way of looking at it. Second is academia already has certain lead molecules. We are discovering, my own group, my other collaborators, we are working together. And we have already solutions which we have developed. And now we need an input from industry that we partner now at this stage. And can we take it forward? See, one thing we have to understand that industry, to my understanding, doesn't take it as a, I will say, a very lucrative, I will say, what I can say, field or lucrative molecules to be taken forward. Most of them take cancer products, oncology as their serious business, or the business which might give them much more returns, because this is a highly regulated market, and the journey from, let us say, from discovery to the clinics will take 15 years. And people may not be interested in that. So to reduce that, and also it's a very risky business where research takes a lot of investment. So at least academia do your initial discovery part. Academia can come up with newer molecules. And then with the schemes like PRIP scheme that is already ongoing right now, running right now, then ICMR is launching a lot of AMR mission projects. So to help mitigate some of your, in early investments. So the risk is reduced for the industry also. So we do the discovery part. Industry do hand holding where you can do, let's say, GMP production and let us say trials kind of thing, and regulatory processes that can be taken up by the industry. This is how we can come together. As far as academia is concerned, we are very well aware of the problem, and we are already working on that direction. And many of us who are academicians have already identified how to solve this problem and also have molecules which are effective. Let me also tell you, at NIPER, we are running a Center of Excellence project where one of the objectives is to develop very effective antivirals and antibacterials. So this is already a project ongoing, actually.
Thank you very much. I switch over directly to Jyoti. Jyoti, actually, the entire ecosystem cannot be parked only with the prescriber lobby, like a doctor prescribing an antibiotic or a patient consuming. From your organizational background, what was the landscape which was identified in terms of contribution of which category is contributing more towards AMR? Like, we would like to have some idea about that.
So basically, when we try to deep dive, we identified like 4 main causes of AMR. One was like the overuse or misuse of the antibiotics. Now, in terms of patient perspective, like underuse is like when if a doctor prescribes you the antibiotics for 4 days course, and the patients, because they are not aware, so even after 2 days or 3 days, if they are falling out of the symptoms, they stop taking the antibiotics. So this is one. And the overuse is like if someone has a symptom, because there are no policies as on date in India that you need to have a antibiotic basis the prescription, we can straight away go to the doctor and ask for an antibiotic. So this is also one of the causes wherein we are heading towards AMR. And then in veterinary segment, we have also seen that antibiotics are being used as a growth promoter and not for treating the infection basically. And the culling protocols are also not strictly followed in the veterinary part. So these are the main factors which we see are leading to the AMR, increasing trend of AMR.
What is your recommendation like? How would you like to take it ahead, like tackling this?
Yeah, so basically, I mean, out of all these things, and one of the points which we made earlier is the API industry in India. So they are one of the biggest contributors to the environment directly, though we do not have the figures as on date that how much percentage are they contributing, but because they are a bigger load which comes directly into the environment. So like from my point of view, we should have a stricter regulation in India, like we have a GMP license or certification in place. So for antibiotic API manufacturing industry also, we should have a like PNEC compliance system that all the manufacturers need to follow a PNEC value. And then there are some independent issuance agencies also, like BSI, who issue you a certificate saying that your treated water is free of the antibiotics. So these kind of certifications really can help in avoiding these kind of things.
Thank you, Jyoti. Looking into the time, we have 1 minute left, so I would try to summarize and then 5 minutes for questions from the audience to the panel. So thank you, everyone. We had a very interesting discussion on AMR, how we see AMR. In 2016, United Nations General Assembly in the month of June, AMR was rated as the world biggest threat. It superseded HIV, which used to be till 2015, which used to be the global biggest threat to the population. AMR superseded, and AMR became the #1 threat identified by UNGA. And then the draft policies were created. We can say that India also marched ahead post 2016, and we created a draft note around how to tackle AMR in India. But the first state which implemented and till date is very effectively managing the draft note is Kerala. Kerala, you cannot buy an antibiotic without a prescription. You cannot dispose your expired medicine just by throwing it to the bin. So Kerala is one of the state which has led to, and I think all the good practices of one state should be then put across the nation, across the states in India. Second point, which was rightly pointed out, I think the non-conventional initiative, I think we will be forced to look into the non-conventional initiative, because right now as we speak, out of every 6 patients, 1 patient is having a resistance. So imagine the menace is growing in such a pace that, as rightly pointed out by Dr. Gopal, I think it is bigger than COVID. It is a pandemic. It is a silent pandemic, which we are not aware. Imagine a situation where we will die because of a cold infection, a bacterial infection which causes cold, and no antibiotic is working. What will happen? We will just end up into ICU, and there is no medicine, no antibiotic which we are able to combat these infections. So we are living in a very, very dangerous zone right now. If we don't act now, I think we will hit for a situation where there is no solution for this particular emergency-like situation, what we call pandemic, silent pandemic, which is moving on. The input from Anmol was also very valuable in terms of how we can bring in more resilience in terms of manufacturing of formulation, how we should keep it on the innovative side so that all the resistant part can be very well managed with the newer innovation which are more effective. But then, having said that, it's still a costly proposition for India. Thank you everyone for this beautiful deliberation on AMR, which is a very sensitive issue for us as well as for the world. I open this panel for some questions from the audience in case it is allowed. If no one has any question, then there's a lady there, she needs to ask. Yeah. Sure. Okay, we'll take 2 questions.
Hello. Yeah, if I'm audible.
Yeah.
Sir, I mean, AMR, I mean, taking a cue from the speakers, we did talk on.
Can you introduce yourself, ma'am?
Yeah, sir, my name is Jyoti Sharma, and I'm working as a quality head at Pinam Laboratories Limited. And my previous organization is from where the speakers are coming. 2 of our very, eminent speakers are coming. So AMR was introduced there. And I've gone through a lot of literature as well on WHO websites as well. And since I did one of my post-graduation, a double post-graduation, I did on the environment part as well. One of my topics was on this related to this. My project was also related on this, which Jyoti is talking of, PNEC. right? And we had attended a workshop 2-3 years back, which was hosted by Ms. Sunita Narayan, environmentalist. She's working on this, and where we had industry representations talking of regulations, with Jyoti talk of PNIC. And there we had a lot of people from different industries, varied industries, talking of that the industry is still not ready for the regulations. We have regulations where we have discharge limits set, but we do not have, regulations for active residues in this thing. And one of the reasons quoted was that still, first of all, there is no one knowing as to what should be the limits. Then we do not have any standard methods of testing that. Third, the industry is not having those kind of resources to get it tested to that level of PNIC. So that was one of the issues which was discussed. And then we discussed on this, OTC part also, which is one of the major contributing factors. We as people, including us, right from, when we have been brought up, we've been taking medicines, going to the pharmacies. Sardi zukam ho gaya, ye wala medicine de do. That is what we are doing. And 1 or 2 days we have it. Once the symptoms go off, we stop taking it. So that is one. Now, we've never talked of, I think 50% of the API industry is, we have 50% of API industry and 50%, if I've seen on the figures, might be API industry is more, Or we have never talked of prevention, right? So how many people are working in that industry? Why I'm talking of this is not because of, we talk of new medicines, we talk of cure for that, we talk of regulations, but the people who are working in the industry as well. Why I'm talking of this is I am one of those subjects where I had an infection and the first generation medicine did not work on me. I've been a very healthy person throughout, but once I had that infection and that first generation medicine did not work on me, and I had to be shifted to a bigger, hospital where they asked me, what are you doing, ma'am? I said, I was in an R&D department working on all those medicines where one of those medicines was prescribed for me. And it did not work on me. We never talked of the prevention in terms of that as well. So that has never been discussed on that part. So awareness, I think, is one of the factors where OTC and all these kind of factors which you're talking of. Then first we have to see whether the industry is prepared for that AMR. AMR has been a topic, I think, it has been more than decades. But it has only been on the talks. Nothing where on a concrete level where we put in that and we help industry to combat that, if industry is one of the factors. So my question is as to how we've divided it. Are we divided it into more of a business scenario where we develop new medicines, or we've developed into prevention and awareness? Because that would be the low-hanging fruits where I think could be one of the factors where that can be taken up.
Thank you. Yeah. So sorry, because I could identify only Naresh, and then when Jyoti stood up, then I realized that Jyoti is also there.
There's one more point I had to make, because I worked on this AMR project with respect to chemistry involved into it. Biotechnology already is there, but if we have to set up active residues into it, I think chemistry can also play a part where we can, disinfect that or disintegrate that in terms of chemistry.
Thank you, Jyoti. Yeah.
You, please, you can also speak. So, ma'am, usually academicians look around, where is the problem, what industry problem they are facing. Today, I came to know about one problem, that you really don't know how to quantify what is being discharged into the environment, which again becomes a source for generating newer and newer antimicrobial resistant strains. Okay, thank you for enlightening us, at least for me, to pick another industry problem where we can somehow find a solution for that. So at least we can make it possible. Yeah, please.
So AMR is not actually a medicine problem itself. It's a system problem, right? And there are multiple stakeholders involved. That is the reason the government and the policymakers have come up with One Health approach that not only tackle human health, but animal health as well. And the effluent that comes out from the manufacturing plant and other various segments that can easily be firstly uh, quantified, and there is a proper surveillance system that that could be easily digitalized so that the real time resistance can be identified globally at not just in India, globally at various factors, various parameters that could actually be seen. And then accordingly, the development of drug or any phage therapy, CRISPR technology, or for the prevention or anything can happen. Because if we do not know the real instances of the AMR at various levels, then it would be very difficult to solve the problem.
So, I mean, you have to see this evolution of antibiotics. They are not made now. Bacteria came on Earth before us, and they are trying to live in the same communities because we are occupying their niche, technically. We came and started, populating the world. And they are making these antibiotics not today, they are making it from billions of years. So the only problem AMR has become such a big threat is that it is affecting us, first of all. And secondly, that the quality of antibiotic resistance is getting transferred from one bacteria to another bacteria. So the horizontal gene transfer or the other mechanism of transfer are happening very, very rapidly now. And we are able to see that more and more drug resistance cases are coming on the surface.
So it's what I want to say that it's the academia who creates, industry translates, and the regulators accelerates. If it happens, then most of the challenges that we are facing, especially for the drug development, can be tackled at a certain level. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I will take the second part of your question about prevention. So you asked, if I understood well, that we should also focus on the preventive approach of this AMR aspect, right? So that's what the non-conventional approach we are, discussing about. And last year, actually, there was also a meeting organized by ICMR, DBT, and IAVI, International AIDS Vaccine Research Institute. And the focus was to, discuss the non-antibiotic based approach for this AMR. And vaccine is one of them. As we know that the vaccine, let's say the case of pneumococcal, Hib, Salmonella typhi, we know that these kind of infections are prevented, and we are preventing them successfully with the vaccine intervention. But particularly for these kind of pathogen, like escape pathogen, they are different kind of pathogen. They are not primary pathogen. They infect you when you are in hospital. So when your immune system is at lowest, they will infect. Otherwise, they will live with you lifelong as a commensal, no infection. So we have to also understand the scientific challenge that these are bacteria, the kind of resident evil. They are residing in near your skin. But when the person is in the hospital, they are under therapy, immune system is down, they will infect the same person. So they are tricky to tackle with the vaccine intervention, but obviously now the newer technology, we know the genomic architecture, we know the proteomic and metabolomic tools are there. Definitely it is something that a very promising area to develop vaccine against these AMR pathogens.
Thank you, everyone. We have overshot on the time by 15 minutes, so please pardon me because we are stopping it here and we are closing our session. Thank you, everyone. If people have questions from the panelists, they are available there. You can ask individually approaching them. Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful session.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Namit Joshi, sir, to please kindly come forward and hand over the mementos to our speakers. I would like to request our speakers to please kindly come forward and join us. Right out of this, we have a group picture, so it's a request to the speakers to please stay back. Thank you. Group picture. I would like to request our speakers to please step forward for a group picture. Of course, along with you, sir. Thank you. Group picture, please. Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone, for conducting this so beautifully. Thank you so much once again. So now we are moving forward for the second session, and for this session, so I would like to request to please kindly come up on the stage and join us for the second session, which is on skilled manpower, strategic advantage and profitable proportion of pharma companies. So I would like to request Mr. Gautam Bhattacharya, CEO and LSSSTC, to please kindly come up on the stage with a big round of applause.
I think by the time they remove this, let me thank Pharmexcel for inviting me for this wonderful event. I also would like to thank Pharmexcel and the organizers to give priority to something as important as skill development, and giving this opportunity to present this when the house is full. I would want majority of us to participate in this and look into this aspect of very important but often neglected strategy for profit generation. You know, when Pharmexcel Kamal contacted me and he said that there's a possibility of you to interact with industry people on a very important subject like skill development, I was thinking that what would make any industrialist or any of us who's attending this interested in this topic called skill development. Otherwise, generally when the business plans are made, this is the last page of human talent development or investment in skill development or anything. We all focus on the top line and the bottom line, but often we forget that it is the humans in the organization who are working for us. They become important, and if they are skilled, then we can have a better productivity and therefore leading to better profits. So I deliberately, I've put this topic as a topic which will interest most of the industrialists, to say that if this skill development can be a profitable proposition or a strategy for all of us in our organization. So thank you very much once again. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Gautam Bhattacharya. I work as CEO for Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council. The topic for discussion today is skilled manpower, strategic advantage, and profitable proposition for pharmaceutical organizations. So let me introduce my organization first. Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council is a not-for-profit organization. We award skill certification to the life sciences sector and companies. We are approved vocational education awarding body by National Council of Vocational Education and Training. We are formed by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. We are authorized awarding and monitoring body for optional trade in life sciences for apprentices, for National Apprenticeship Program, and CEO Life Sciences is the joint apprenticeship advisor for the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Our key stakeholders with whom we work are, of course, Ministry of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship, National Council of Vocational Education Training, Skill India Initiative, NSDC. Then we also work with Department of Pharma, Department of Biotechnology. Other related ministries are Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Department of Ayush. Now, when I put up this topic as this being a strategic initiative, I deliberately thought about it, that how a skilled manpower can be a strategic initiative or a strategic advantage for any organization. Just think about it, that if there are two organizations, organization A and organization B, one organization is working better than the other organization, the only reason that we can attribute it to deep dive, if you really deep dive and do R&D on this, you will find out that one organization is better skilled and they have better skilled manpower than the other organization. We often talk about products. We often talk about location. We often talk about market accessibility. I have done about 30 plus years in the industry. I understand all these terminologies. But your one star performer, a skilled manpower, if that person leaves that your organization, goes to another organization for a few thousand rupees, you instantly start to feel that there is a loss, there is a disadvantage that you get. So how important it is to have all your employees in the organization, all of us who are working in this field, to be skilled. More importantly, there is this field that we are working in is extremely dynamic and it is changing rapidly. We will need more and more skilled manpower as we tackle the challenges which we are facing right now. Revised Schedule M has come, right? What is one of the things that you will definitely require to tackle this situation, in my mind, is a very well-equipped, skilled manpower. Other than the various improvisation that we have to do in our manufacturing, if you have that skilled manpower who clearly understand the subject very well, you'd find it easier for adoption. So how it is a strategic proposition is that it can drive competitive differentiation, and most importantly, if your manpower is skilled, you will have lesser error. And that is very, very critical, that you don't have to repeat the whole thing and you don't have to redo the whole activity all over again if the error is less. So my proposition or my thought process is that if we have more and more skilled manpower, it will lead to a strategic advantage for any organization. How it is a profitable proposition. Now let's look at this. I divided this into two parts, a strategic advantage and a profitable proposition. So you all are entrepreneur, and I'm sure that by now you know that there are statistics available that if you have skilled manpower working in your organization, your productivity is enhanced by 35 to 40%. Now that is a direct effect on the bottom line. If you look at the operational efficiency, so first is the productivity gain, the second is the operational efficiency. The cost of quality, if a batch is rejected because of a human error, you know instantly that it's a loss, it's a hit on the bottom line, right? Cost-effective talent management. Now, I highlighted this portion. You see that reskilling current employees is roughly 50% cheaper than hiring new talent externally. Companies that successfully reskill reports 25% boost in retention and 15% gain in the operational efficiency. So what I mean to say that is that if you have a program in which your every employee is skilled to the latest which is required to run an organization and run a department, there are two effects to it. One, your productivity or your efficiency in the work in the organization enhances. And second, your employee gets motivated that if I am getting skilled, I am getting an opportunity to get skilled, it is good for my career. I'm learning new things, right? Now, I know that all of you do this. I know that none of the organization can survive without any training and other things. And there's a simple difference between just training and skilling. When I say skilling, I mean to say it is just not theoretical, it is going deeper and seeing and evaluating that what exact skill requirements are there in that particular job role. And that is what Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council we have been doing. We have skill matrices, and we have talent enough, and we have capability enough to understand and bifurcate this. So to a layman, I generally say, people often ask that we do training, हम तो करते हैं भाई training, इसमें क्या फर्क है? So knowing that there are two wheels which is connected with a chain, और एक handle लगा हुआ है, एक seat लगी हुई है, carrier लगा हुआ है, तो कोई बताएगा ये cycle है, bicycle. But actually, if I invite somebody who does not know how to ride this to come and ride the bicycle, वो गिर जाएगा. The skill is to balance that bicycle and to actually ride this. Similarly for swimming, पानी है, आप उसमें छलांग लगाइए, तैरने लगिए, ऐसा नहीं होता. कोई इंसान क्यों डूब जाता है? Skill नहीं है उसको swim करने का, right? So it is important for us to understand that आप SOP पे training कर रहे हैं किसी की, उसको बोल दिया है कि आप ये 24-25 chapters SOP के पढ़िए और आपके हम टेस्ट ले लेंगे कि आपने पढ़ा है कि नहीं. लेकिन उससे उसको skills develop हुए कि नहीं, to conduct that work is another aspect to it, right? So it is important that we understand clearly that how we enhance the capability of our employees, our colleagues working in our organizations in terms of they getting more and more skilled. It's been third year for me in this organization. When I came in this organization, I was overwhelmed by saying that our country is well placed in terms of having a ministry of skill development, and also there's so much of a work that has happened so far. But one thing that I identified in this is we know that what are the skill gaps. We know what programs that we have developed for this organizing training for skill gap. But who are the trainers? आप लोग भी ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, आपके इंटरनल ट्रेनर्स होंगे. If you look outside and you want a training on Six Sigma, you want a training on ISO, you want a training on, say, quality. So you ask for external trainers, right? Do you not find that there's a gap in the trainers? Who are the trainers? And another is, where do you train? कहाँ भेजें training के लिए? Very limited options. So as a council, if I have to function on the skill development, I should have a good trainer who's a certified trainer and delivering at a right place, which is conducive for all of you to send your people and get trained. So one thing that clearly came out as a gap for me is that we should have more and more skill development centers, right? So this is where LSSDC have started to work with. I will show you some example that assuming that you have a place where you can send your people, we call SDC, Skill Development Center, which is a classroom, and then whatever is learned in the classroom is actually tested. This is, in my mind, the only way we can tackle the skill shortages in the country, right? So what we did is we went to one organization called Cohans, and I had a discussion with their MD chairman, and I said that, look, you have a mandatory CSR spend that you have to do, right? You give that money to me. I will create something called Skill Development Center. So what we did is we took his money and we went, this is one center, this place is in Vijayawada, and this center is managed by Swarna Bharat Trust, which is ex-Vice President of India, Venkaiah Naidu ji. Unka Swarna Bharat Trust hai. So we got some space, second floor here, and we created these are real picture. So we created this classroom, which is with XR, and students are studying all the courses on in this facility. We are running production chemist, API, excipient. This is the course which is running. So it is there in the XR. And these students will go and then train themselves in clean room facility. You know, exactly the way they will work in the industry, they are training themselves for 3-4 months exactly on the same facility. Same thing we did for an initiative for Piramal Pharma called Sanghini. We created exactly the same model for lab technician associate. For biological E, we created another skill development center in which their students got certified. 27 of their students got skilled and certified for microbiology, microbiologist QC. Now, let me tell you a good part of this entire story. So I've shown you 3 examples. What happened to these students? I'm very happy to say I joined the convocation ceremony of the first batch passing out. Every student got 3 to 4 job offers from big companies because they were skilled for that job role in which they took the training. All feedback that I've received from big companies for all these students are, they are far better than any other fresher which are walking into this kind of organization. So what we did actually is we created skill development center in which the students are enrolling themselves, they are getting trained, hands-on, physical training, exactly the one that industry is asking. हर बार मैं इंडस्ट्री से पूछता हूं तो इंडस्ट्री मेरे को कहता है कि अच्छे टैलेंट नहीं मिल पाते, उनको 1 साल तक ट्रेनिंग करानी पड़ती है. अगर मैंने स्किल डेवलपमेंट सेंटर में उन बच्चों की ट्रेनिंग कराई है, आपको 1 साल तक उनको ट्रेनिंग कराने की जरूरत नहीं है. यू कैन पॉसिबली ट्रेन देम ऑन योर एसओपी, ऑन योर प्रोडक्ट फॉर जस्ट अबाउट अ मंथ और व्हाटएवर, एंड देन दीस गाइज आर रेडी टू वर्क. So this, in my mind, is one initiative that the council has done as SDC for training students. Now, CSR spend is possible for skill development. So all of you in corporates who are spending CSR and wanting to spend CSR the meaningful way, and if you are interested to develop and have good skilled manpower in the country, then I think you should prioritize skill development, and council can work because council can receive CSR, and this is how we are delivering this CSR into skill development centers. Now, a lot of you are exporters here, and I thought that I would address this forum with some of the initiatives, how council's work is helping in export promotion. Now, I think between the domestic and the exports are far more difficult proposition. You'll have to deal with really stringent regulations, and your product has to stand the test of time and competitors' challenges, and you have to really have a good quality product. How we as a council are helping. So we have, number one, our partnership with PharmExcel is very strong. We are developing some programs which will run in the academic institutions, which will be exports program and exactly a skill program. Besides this, I think what we are doing as a council for exporters like you is if our programs are run into various organizations, we have these programs which are creating skilled manpower who are knowing clinical trials. We have a CRA program. We have a regulatory affairs program. We have a program on production. We have a program on manufacturing and such requirements. Additionally, council is flexible to receive any feedback saying that, Gautam, you should develop this kind of program which will help the exporters. We are even ready to do that. So this is what I can offer from the council. Recent challenges on GMP, I thought that I will quickly address this. Main challenges are support from the top, inadequate level of training and awareness across the organization, data integrity challenges, inability to embed risk-based quality and patient safety mindset in the organization culture, cost and lack of guidance of implementation. How we can help? We can participate in every part of it. How? Look at the toolkits for our GMP implementation. These are the programs which are already developed and approved by NCVET. So this is a ministry approved program which is available with the council. And if you feel that any of these programs are of any help to any of you, then you're most welcome to contact me and let me know that what are your requirements and we can organize such training on this. So specifically, I'm interested computer system validation, vendor validation programs. We have in our board, I will show you, large industry players who are part of our board, association presidents who are part of our board, drug controller part of our board. So we get feedback from all of them and we create our programs accordingly. So, but still, if there is something specific that we're preparing for any one of you who's into exports and other things, we are even ready to do that. Now, I will just quickly move these slides. These are about the council. And if you have any clarity that you require, then please let me know. Please stop me. This is council's work. That means we deal with pharmaceuticals, formulation, Ayush, cosmetic, nutraceutical, API. In biotechnology, we deal with biopharma, medical, biotech industry. And on the contract research, drug delivery, preclinical, clinical research, R&D, and product development are our forte. This is the space that we operate in. What we do, basically, we first find out what are the skill gap. So that is our key role, that we find out what are the skill gap in the sector. Second, we prepare programs which can take care of those skill gaps. Third is we take this to the industry and get this validation done. We check with the industry, is this the program which you would want your people to get skilled? When the industry validation is received, we submit for approval of those programs. Then we develop the accreditation of training institutes, trainers, assessors, assessment criteria. So it is important for us that whatever program we create, and if somebody is getting trained on it, how the assessment is done. So after the assessment, only we can do the certification. So our council is doing the certification only after a robust assessment of each of the candidates. And finally, for any futuristic requirement, what are the continuous research R&D that we have within the council that we continue to do. Standards, quality assurance, skilling ecosystem, policy advocacy are a few of the things that we continuously do. These are our daily affairs that we engage in. And we have team to manage all of this. He is our chairman. Dr. Rajesh Jain from Panisha Biotech is our chairman of the board. And look at the various, our board members are representative from IPA, ABLE, BDMI, IDMA, OPPI, PharmExcel, FOP, and then various organizations like CIPLA, Reddy, Sun, Panisha, Granules, and CII. These are the companies with whom we have worked so far. We have developed so much of our programs, and these are the few of the statistics that I thought I'll share with you all, so that you get enough confidence that this is not one of those organizations who's come and standing here and saying something. We have done some serious work for last 13, 14 years. These are the number of milestones achieved. We have done about 90,000 plus fresh students certification, and these are the various other things. Another thing that I wanted to talk to you about is National Apprenticeship Program. You know, NAPS. Please seriously consider this. NAPS is a very, very good program. What is NAPS basically? NAPS is a Government of India program. Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council is one of the dominating organization who's conducted NAPS program very well, and we have been growing. And if you want to hire any fresh candidate in your organization, register them on National Apprenticeship Portal and take them as apprentices on our job role. Council is available always for supporting how you can get more and more apprentices into your organization. So in this program, there is a portion of the remuneration that you're giving to the candidate up to 1,500 rupees is reimbursed by the government directly. It's a DBT directly to the candidate. So assuming that you are giving about 12,000 rupees or 15,000 rupees to this apprentice, then a portion of it is coming from the government directly. It is under revision. Hopefully, we have impressed upon the ministry to increase the government contribution. It will come sometime later, but this is a good program by which you can engage more and more apprentices and without any obligation to hire them. These are various products and offerings. I am available for you to check with me on anything. So one of the ambition for us is that this country produce more and more NCE. We are working on R&D programs, and if any one of you is interested, then I'd be very happy to discuss more and more on this. These are a few of our work that we have done. Venkaya Naidu ji is right in the center. We have put this. If you can see, PharmExcel we have been participating in PharmExcel programs also very, very quietly. This is our organization, and this is how we conduct various things. So thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you.
If there is any question answer, we really need you to please raise your hand so we can just start with the questionnaire. There's no question, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed that part. If there is any question that I can answer, ji bataye. Correct.
We are getting the fresh candidates, but they need to be more skilled about that. How can you directly help us in that? And how can we, and the person in the hall present who wants to be contact with you, take that, how he can?
So at the end, I had shown you my coordinates. You can directly write to me, please. Don't hesitate to write to me. Please write to me, and I'll be very happy to respond back immediately on you. So you asked a very important question. So I met a lot of academic institution, and I've met a lot of industry, and I've clearly understood where is the gap. So the curriculum in the academic institutions are a little dated. Yeah, they are not updated very constantly. So what we've done is we have gone to the academic institution and said that, please look at our curriculum and see if it can get incorporated into your curriculum. And when you actually incorporate our curriculum into yours, then it is to be added with a lab. So बहुत सारे academic institution में microbiology पढ़ाया जाता है, department है, chemistry है. There are multiple labs. लेकिन सोचें आप कि डीबीटी ने उनको फंड दिया हुआ है, बहुत सारे फंडिंग आई हुई है एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन पे, उन्होंने मशीनें खरीदी है, लेकिन वो मशीनें धूल खा रही है। अब हमने कहा है कि इसकी अब लैब बना देते हैं, इसको एक डेजिग्नेटेड स्पेस देते हैं, हम ट्रेनर खुद डेवलप करेंगे। लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल आपका कोई फैकल्टी है या कोई पीएचडी स्टूडेंट है जो इसको एज अ टेक्नीशियन चलाना चाहे, हम उनकी ट्रेनिंग खुद करेंगे एंड इंडस्ट्री से ट्रेनिंग कराएंगे। सो इफ वी कैन क्रिएट दैट, I've started to go to the academic institution and started to say that please create skill labs. If we have that in academia, this will be so easier for us to address that gap. Second, SDCs. So we have started to create multiple SDCs, and I hope that हर cluster में हमारा एक SDC हो, एक address हो जहाँ पे कि आप किसी को भेज सकें for getting skilled. So it's a long journey. Slowly we have started to take
एक बार आप एसडीसी का फुल फॉर्म बता देंगे तो सभी
skill development center. जी जी. So I'm available here. आप कभी भी कोई भी कांटेक्ट करना चाहे प्लीज फील
एक चीज और बात
जी.
ये तो वो हुआ कि जब स्टूडेंट ने अपनी पढ़ाई कंप्लीट कर ली, वो आया एसडीसी में आया है। अब बीच बीच में स्टूडेंट्स को क्या रहता है कि जैसे छुट्टियां भी पड़ती हैं या फिर उनको वो कंपलसरी रहता है कि खासकर फार्मास्यूटिकल स्टूडेंट्स को कि भाई उनको इंटर्नशिप भी करना चाहिए।
जी.
तो इसमें हम लोग क्या हेल्प कर सकते हैं?
जी.
हाउ कैन वी डू द हैंड होल्डिंग?
जी. So there are two things. देखिए आप फार्मास्यूटिकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चलाते हैं, आपके अपने चैलेंजेस हैं कि आप एक नॉन जीएमपी इंसान को जीएमपी वाले एनवायरनमेंट में कई बार एंट्री देना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। मैंने कई इंडस्ट्री ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से बात करी और उनको कहा कि भाई हमारे 10 इंटर्न बनना चाहते हैं, आप अपने हाथ जगह दे दीजिए, उनको सिखा दीजिए। वो कहते हैं हम बाहर से सिखा पाएंगे, इनको मशीन में हाथ नहीं लगाने देंगे। सो इसका मेरे ख्याल से कहीं ना कहीं हमें एक ऐसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने की जरूरत है। अगर हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि जो फ्रेश बच्चा आ रहा है हमारे पास वो हाथ से सीखा हुआ बच्चा है, एचपीएलसी चलाना आता हो। आप ये चाहते हैं कि एक बच्चा जो मैं हायर कर रहा हूं क्वालिटी में, उसको एचपीएलसी चलाना आता हो। अगर उस बच्चे ने एचपीएलसी देखा ही नहीं या उस पर काम ही नहीं किया, उस पर कुछ टेस्ट रन ही नहीं किए, तो कैसे चलाएगा? हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशन गलत है फिर, या फिर हमें वो एनवायरनमेंट प्रोवाइड करने की जरूरत है। सो मेरे ख्याल में जो स्किल लैब कंसेप्ट इन द एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन है वो बहुत रोबस्ट कंसेप्ट है। मेरी फिलॉसफी है एजुकेशन शुड हैपन इन लैब, नॉट इन क्लासरूम। आपकी जरूरत हाथ से काम करे हुए लोगों की है। एक हम एसडी 2 मिनट और लूंगा, जिसमें मेरे को किसी ने इंडस्ट्री ने बताया भाई मेरे पास जो बच्चे चाहिए उसको फिजिकल बैग उठाने की भी क्षमता होनी चाहिए, यहां से उठा के ड्रम उधर रखने की भी क्षमता होनी चाहिए। आजकल के बच्चे आते हैं वो कहते हैं हम नहीं उठाएंगे भाई, हमें इतनी हिम्मत नहीं है, इसको उठा के उधर रख दिया। तो हमने क्या किया कि कुछ ऐसे ग्लव्स बनाए जो कि इट हैज अ प्रॉपर्टी टू बिकम लिटिल हेवियर, सो व्हेन दे आर ऑपरेटिंग दैट एक्सआर देन they can actually feel there is a heavy thing that they will have to manage, and their muscles get trained on it and they get trained on it. So multiple things can be done, right? But still I think it's a long way to go for us to establish. आप लोग भी जो academic institution से बात करते हैं, push them towards the concept saying that education should happen in the lab. आप अपने लैब बनाइए, अच्छे लैब्स बनते हैं। आप देखिए ना, पहले पैनल में बात हो रही थी कि नए मॉलिक्यूल्स बनेंगे, कौन बनाएगा? रिसर्चर्स बनाएंगे। कहाँ मिलते हैं वो रिसर्चर्स? एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन में मिलते हैं। उनके लिए फैसिलिटी क्या है? लैब्स। अगर लैब में काम होना है, लेट्स मेक मोर एंड मोर लैब्स। that's my thought on it, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So there is 10-minute quick tea and coffee break. I would like to request everyone to please join us right after 10 minutes. Thank you. So this is the third session for DGFT workshop on emerging developments in foreign trade policy. I would like to request our speaker to please kindly come up on the stage, Mr. Aditya Singh Chauhan, Assistant Director General. I'd like to request everyone, please pay attention toward the stage and kindly join us on the stage.
I have the PPT? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aditya Singh Chauhan. I'm an Indian Trade Service Officer of the 21 batch. I'm currently posted as the Assistant DGFT at our regional office in Ludhiana. And we are looking after all the import and export policy concerned with the states of Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, and the Union Territories of J&K and Ladakh. So today I'll be touching upon 4 themes. I have very limited time, so I'll be giving a touching on 4 themes, and I'll be giving 5 minutes to each of these themes. The purpose of my interaction would be, or one-sided interaction would be, to just basically inform you of what is going on in the trade world from DGFT's perspective. What are the latest developments, so to speak. Okay, frankly, I had prepared this PPT for another event, which was concerned with MSMEs, but I think it is quite topical and relevant for this setting as well. And I'll touch upon the points which I feel are the most important. So I'll start with the first. The 4 themes that I'll be touching upon first would be the fundamentals, because I feel that time to time we need to keep going back to the fundamentals regarding trade or whatever field we are in. So that is the first theme. And I've been told that this is a setting where everyone in the audience is an expert in their own field. So I wouldn't want to risk going into the technical side of it. I'll just touch upon the broader points. So first would be the fundamentals. The second theme would be DGFT schemes or the DOC initiatives, the Department of Commerce. DGFT actually stands for Directorate General of Foreign Trade, for those who are not aware. The third theme would be regarding the foreign trade agreements that we are engaging in, or that we are getting finalized, and the ones which are already in action, which you can take benefit of. FTAs also, I'll be talking of 2, the India-UK CETA and the India-EFTA TEPA. So these are acronyms which can jumble up in our heads, but I'll get to those and I'll try to simplify those for you. And I'll talk of the notion or the concept of the certificate of origin, basically how you can get benefit out of these FTAs. And the fourth theme would be the export promotion mission, which is our flagship kind of an initiative where we are trying to consolidate all our initiatives into 2 basic subsectors or subpoints. So I'll be touching upon these 4 themes. It might seem I'm rushing through them, but I'll pause where I feel like this needs to go into your minds, or this is something that you need to ponder on, or you need to take home. So the first theme, fundamentals. The broad theme of this event itself, like, it is regarding Chintan Shivir. What does Chintan mean? So for me, it is to deeply think or analyze about the topic at hand. So if you deeply think on this, like if you remove all the fog around the complexities, then it all boils down to a single statement, problem statement. That is supply demand. And it is intentionally supply demand, not demand supply, because it is from the perspective of the supplier, that is you. This is it. Like, every stakeholder that comes to you, speaks to you, or any other person that you speak to in this room is trying to solve or bridge this gap between the supplier and the buyer, basically. So this is a supply demand problem. I'll keep repeating it until it drills into your head, because sometimes we get so caught up in the complications that we forget the basic idea behind the problem. So this is a supply side issue perspective. Okay, next slide. And another anomaly in this is that supply and demand are of the same size, which is never the case in the real world, but this could be accused of being an oversimplification, but we have to build somewhere. So this is the basic building block. And you need to keep coming back to this basic issue, is my point on this slide. Next, the gap, according to me, and things that I've read. So it all starts with the willpower, that once you showcase your willpower, you are into the business, and then you start collecting information, then you get to knowledge, then you get to resource, then there is the systemic part of it, and then finally is the God or the devil. I'll leave it there. So the initial seed of the idea comes to you, and it becomes your willpower.
Then you try to collect information. So this session from my end is only addressing this gap. It's not about knowledge. I'm not sharing knowledge with you. I'm just sharing some information with you, which might be helpful to you. And you need to go back to your drawing room and figure out things on yourself after that. So this is just addressing the information gap. Then a layer above that is the knowledge gap. A layer above that is the resource one, where the government tries to help you, and many other stakeholders within the government try to address that resource gap, whether it be in terms of labor or majorly in terms of finance. Then it is the system that you interact with on an everyday basis. It could be DGFT or DOC or any other organization, government organization, or an EPC. And then there are things that are never in our hands, and they can go out of control like COVID did. And it enhances every other stakeholder in the system or every other point in the system. So we are trying to bridge this gap is the major fundamental issue over here at hand. Next is, so I'm touching on very fundamental and very basic points that you need to keep going back to. I know it might sound silly sometimes, but this is the only issue that we are trying to address. And any other thing that comes over it is an overcomplication, I feel. Okay, next. Why do we export? I don't think I need to dwell on this too much. You, from a business point of view, you need to tap into the demand supply, whatever you can, the best market that is possible for you to maximize your profit. That is one on the financial side. On the other side, non-financial, it could be that you have put in your heart into the product and you want to see it grow. You need to see your business grow. And from the government point of view, it's the Forex, the Atmanirbharta, the soft hard power. It's not only soft power, it's not only hard power, it's both. And it's a synergy of interests of both stakeholders. Okay, this, I think, I'll go back. I'll leave it at this one. Okay, I'll leave it on this one. I have many other slides I could have shown you. I could have read through those, but I'll broadly talk of the points which are there in those slides, the condensed parts. Talking of pharma, which is specific to this audience, so 6% of India's exports is pharma. I think most of us would know that 75% are drug formulations. In financial year 25-30 billion was the export volume, value. The value of exports was 30 billion. The top countries that we export to are US, Belgium, South Africa, UK, Brazil. This is the financial side of things. These are numbers, but from the perspective of the government, why this is important, or for your businesses as well, it is because India's image gets enhanced because of pharma sector. How does it get enhanced? If you go back to the COVID times, that is when India became a supplier to the developing world for the vaccines and for all the medical equipment that we had exported during that time. That helps build an image, a positive image for the country. I think that is a win-win from the business side and the government side as well. So that is why the pharma sector is important for the government sector. DGFT, I'll rush through the other points. Like I just want you to hear them, and maybe if you're interested, then go back home and do some homework on this, do some research on this, or approach me if you feel like some points are relevant to your cause and you want those to you, or you want DGFT to hold some seminars for you. And how you do that also I'll touch upon. Second theme, DGFT, it is the apex government body implementing and formulating India's foreign trade policy. It is under the Ministry of Commerce. The first scheme that we have is the advance authorization. I hope most of you are familiar with that. Just one line, duty-free import of raw material is what advance authorization is. EPCG, duty-free import of capital goods. So these two are our mainstay schemes for which firms like yourselves come to our offices, they get the licenses issued and take benefits of those schemes. Apart from that, we are trying to expand the notion of trade or knowledge of trade to other very remote areas as well, so to speak. So for that, we have the scheme of district as export hub. Within that, we are trying to collaborate with the state governments and trying to figure out what district could be the mainstay product. Like a similar scheme you might be familiar with would be the one district, one product scheme. So like that, we are trying to figure out which district would have which kind of product for which it would be known in terms of exports. So that is the district as export hub. Under this scheme, in case any of your firms or any of the lobby like EPCs or whatever you are associated with wants some kind of a training for your employees regarding trade or trade documentation or data analysis as well. So you can always approach DGFT to get it done for you specifically. So that is the district as export hub. Next come our digital initiatives. One was launched in September last year. It is known as the Trade Connect portal. So it is a consolidated singular point of access where you get to go on the website and have access to all kind of data relevant to trade. How do you trade? Where do you send your exports? What are the new markets that you can tap in? Basically the data intelligence part or data analysis part. So we give you data at a single point. So you can actually go home and try this, go on this website and see for your own product, specific product, which countries are those where the tariffs are high, where the tariffs are low, where you can export, where you can find a new buyer, where people are more interested for your product, for pharma product. You just need to have an IEC, link it with the Trade Connect ID that you might make. And it will be very helpful in your decision making, boardroom decision making. This data will be very helpful for you. It is modeled on ITC trade maps. In case anyone is familiar, that is the main go-to for most of the data analysts when it comes to international trade. PO also has one India trade portal. Then ITC has market access map also and export potential map also. In one word or one line, each of these I can explain. Like market access map would be that what are the tariffs a country is having for your product. So you can go to that website and see across regions, across countries, what are the tariffs or what are the non-tariff barriers that, and how you can overcome those also is something that Trade Connect portal would talk about. Apart from that, there is a new integration of Lab Setu, it is called. It is basically a certification integration. So any certification that your product requires, that is a one-stop solution. You go to Trade Connect, have your login ID and everything ready, register over there with your IC, and then you go to Lab Setu. Lab Setu will list out all the certifications that are required for your product for exports. And what is the nearest lab that is closest to your present location where you can get that. So life has become very, we are trying to make life very easy for exporters. So this is only an awareness drive, but in case you want a hands-on experience or you want to learn how to use this or these tools, then for that you need to contact us and then we can take it up on the next session. Apart from that, there is also the notion of certificate of origin, for which Trade Connect is again a singular point which you can access and get your certificate of origin in case you want to take benefit of the FTAs that are in place. It also talks of how to export, but I don't think that is relevant for this audience. Then I was asked to talk about the Trade Intelligence and Analytics portal, which is launched by the DOC. It is something very similar. You can either go to the DOC portal or the Trade Connect portal, which is managed and updated by DGT. The other one is managed and updated by DOC. But it's more or less the same, very similar things. Whichever one you are comfortable with, you can use. The TIA portal basically talks of, it gives you a visual analysis of how trade is moving in the world with regards to trade when India is the trading partner for other countries. So top 10 export countries for India for a product, or top 10 destinations where it can become a potential product in the next coming 5 years. So it gives you a visual kind of an experience, which is better than Trade Connect for some reason. You can, I'm not saying it conclusively, that is my point of that. Then coming to the third theme, the free trade agreements. We are all familiar that WTO framework exists on the global stage, which is why a lot of benefits that were extended to the traders, exporters within the country have been withdrawn, and they are being tried to remodeled or reshaped and again being presented to the exporters to take benefit from. So the FTAs basically talk of MFN plus one principle. Basically, if you are part of the WTO, then you are within the most favored nation framework. So that means that you do not discriminate against any other WTO member. If I am a WTO member, India is a WTO member, and there is another country like say China. So if that is a WTO member, then we have to extend the same courtesy to China, which we are extending to a friendly nation, say USA. So that is the basic principle. FTAs try to build one level above that. So free trade agreement would be two countries coming together and breaking this MFN status to say that, okay, we both will get to decide, not WTO, we will get to decide what are the tariffs for our products, for trade amongst ourselves. So that is the fundamental notion behind FTAs. Recently, we have signed and it will come into force very soon. The date that is being heard of is from April next year, is the India-UK CETA. Now, I was talking of FTA, but what is this CETA? CETA is nothing but FTA, but not only for merchandise exports and imports, but also for other things. Like it is basically a comprehensive economic and trade agreement. So comprehensive basically covers not just trade, but trade in merchandise, but also trade in services. It could be investments. It could be IPR. So there are a bundle of other things apart from trade that go into the negotiations. So India, UK imports about 30 billion in value of pharma products, and India's exports is 1 billion. So our analysis shows that this is going to, I mean, there is potential to five-fold it by 2030 for pharma products. So there is a lot of potential over there. And as we all know, UK is the largest buyer of generics from India in the European market. So there is a lot of potential. And why are we saying, or why are we trying to tell it to everyone that highlight this CETA, India-UK FTA? Because the trade barriers have been reduced to zero for 99% of the product lines. What does that mean? In simple words, there is zero tariff for your product. For chemicals, I think there was tariff from 6 to almost 14%, and for some specialized equipment, medical equipment, it could have gone up to 20% or something like that. It has been reduced to zero. What does that say about, like, it should go into your decision making is all I'm saying, that you can try to explore this market, UK market. How you get into that market, you can come into the this portal again, Trade Connect portal. Not only will it show you that the tariffs have gone down, but where specifically within that country also where you can export, where you can find buyers. So that will try to educate you. We are mostly selling bulk drugs to UK at this point, almost 67%. What else? Okay, I'll talk about India EFTA TEPA now. So like with CETA, this is also comprehensive FTA. It not only talks about agreement in terms of trade, but also in terms of investment, in terms of IPRs and other verticals. What is EFTA? EFTA is basically a four-nation clubbing within Europe, which is considered the third most important in terms of its economic heft. Iceland and Liechtenstein, out of which the most important for us is Switzerland. So it is talking of 100 billion investments in the upcoming 15 years. And the main focus or mainstay would be specialized equipment and bulk drugs. That is our analysis, that the trade within this category will go up. And it has talked of COO on a self-declaration basis. With certificate of origin is basically like a passport for your goods. So just as with a passport, you take your passport and as a document for your identity verification when you go to the other country's customs. Similarly, the certificate of origin, which is issued by authorities or agencies which are allowed to do so under the law in India, We give you that for your product, and when it reaches the customs of that country, they will say, okay, so this is the CO, so these items have come from India. That is enough evidence for them to say that this is Indian. Why do they do that? It is very logical. It is very obvious that if they are giving benefit to one country, they do not want benefits to extend to other countries. As simple as that. So why is Switzerland such an important partner? Although EFTA talks of 4 countries, but our main player that we are aiming for is Switzerland. There are no prizes for guessing why that is, because Switzerland is the innovation hub or the technological or the capital hub when it comes to pharmaceuticals. And why is the India and Swiss this partnership being considered a synergy of another kind, or like something that both countries are looking forward to? Because India provides what Switzerland basically lacks in terms of scale and manufacturing prowess when it comes to medicines or the pharma sector. And they are also aiming, because Switzerland, when we talk of Switzerland, when you talk of the geopolitical context, then Switzerland is trying to act like the political boss in Europe. So because Geneva is host to all the United Nations and these big multilateral institutions, so you get the idea. It is trying to regain its former glory in some sense. UK is also trying to do that, but Switzerland is trying to do it for the multilateral thing. It wants to shine in the multilateral institutions. So to say that AMR humne theek kara hai. So they want to get into collaboration with India. That, I mean, I'm trying to look at it from their perspective, why they're trying to get into this collaboration. For us, it is a big win because we need that investment, we need that capital, we need that technology to come to India. And how is that translating in the, I think it's in 2026 Health Tech, this conference or this event will take place in Bangalore. And there was a news article about tech startups. Some of the top tech startups which have started in Switzerland, they are bringing in their technology for collaboration in Bangalore. So this is a startup to startup collaboration, university to university collaboration, knowledge exchange will be there, diagnostics, biologics. I don't need to get into technicals because I think you are more familiar with that than I am. And I've basically come here to learn more than I've come here to speak. So I'll just wrap it up as the note says. Then the last theme that I wanted to talk of was the export promotion mission, because this is our flagship event, flagship initiative. So it will talk in 2 vectors. It will try to execute the trade policy. First is the Niryat Protsahan, the other is Niryat Disha. I'll be quick in this. One is basically, what does Protsahan mean? It means to encourage. So the Niryat Protsahan would focus on financial aspects of things. So any financial credit that that an exporter wants, or collateral support that an exporter wants, or alternative instruments of financing such as factoring, that those are covered under Niryat Protsahan. Niryat Disha is what? Direction. So this is a hand-holding initiative. Earlier you would have been familiar with interest equalization scheme that got discontinued. So that is getting revived under the Protsahan component of this export promotion mission. This is specifically focused on MSMEs, which I'm guessing half of or more than half of this room would be. Then the Niryat Disha is basically market access initiative rebranded in a sense that we will try to encourage and handhold all the exporters so that they can take out their products and take them overseas for these buyer-seller meets. They can be taken as delegations from here and go to the other countries where they want to export. So this is all from my end. If there are any questions, I'm open to, or any suggestions in any way, I'm open to those as well. Thank you.
Well, I would like to request Dr. Rajesh Gupta to please kindly come up on the stage and hand over the memento to him. Everyone, can we have a moment, big round of applause for this moment? Come on. We request you, sir, to please kindly come in the center. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So before we dive into the session 4, now I would like to request Shri Nipun Jain, CEO member of Pharmaceuticals, Chairman FX 2026 Advisory GST and DGFT, to please kindly come up on the stage and kindly give your inputs before we dive into the session 4 we are getting. So please, sir.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Nipun Jain. I am the Committee of Administration member of PHARMACEUTICAL. Our program will be like as now. Our GST advisor will give us short presentation of 10 to 15 minutes. After that, we will just give a 10 minutes presentation about PHARMACEUTICAL. Then our chief guest, worthy chief guests are already here, and we'll have a drug regulators interaction on the revised Schedule M and everything. So I would just invite our advisors of GST to come and present this thing. And I would also like to request everyone that the advisors of GST to PHARMACEUTICAL, their consultancy is free of cost to all the PHARMACEUTICAL members. And I have personally vetted and taken services of their company, and it is very good. And I would also urge everyone, if they are having issues of GST or customs, they can very well contact them. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Lal Singh, and I am a departmental officer, retired last year, with around 36 years of service in the department, specialization in DRI matters. We are having a firm, Latex Associates at Delhi. We are thankful to PharmAccel for giving us this wonderful opportunity to be amongst the elite gathering of the pharma sector. Latex is headed by Mr. G. Chakrapani, who's got 36 years plus experience again in the department. And we have got 4 another ex-department officers working with us, and a team of around 8 advocates, well experienced in all the matters of GST and customs. With effect from June 2025, we have been appointed as honorary advisors to PharmAccel for GST and customs matters. We have received, till now, we have replied to around 30 odd queries that have come from 21 pharma units. The name will be displayed on the screen slightly later. We look forward to continue interaction with the pharma sector through PharmAccel. Now I would go ahead with my presentation, please. Gentlemen, basically, these are the things that are very much available on the internet. They will give you a evolution of GST. It's been already almost 7 years since GST came into force from 2017. These are the key policy amendments that are there, which have been coming from time to time. These will be shared. I'll request PharmAccel to share these with you, because they'll give you an insight about GST from 2017 till date. And I'll be more focusing upon the problems that the industry faces, the sector faces from GST and customs during audits and anti-evasions. These are the major policy amendments that have been coming. These are very recent amendments. There's some certain slabs have been removed, and some enhancement in some sectors has been done. Sorry, it's again changed. Okay. These are the interpretational challenges. I'll come to that point also. Basically, the problem that industry, for that matter, any sector faces is the interpretation of law. Basically, law is very clear. It's very explicitly available on internet and the books and everywhere. But the problem comes when the interpretation, there's a difference in interpretation between the departmental officer and the sector. That's the big issue that we'll take up. These are emerging compliance expectations. Of course, the country and the smaller sector is not that fully equipped with automation, but still the law is there for them, and they have to get ready for that also. These are the emerging compliance expectations. These are the key recommendations that are coming. The last thing is not coming, the main part. Slide 4, please. If you can manage from there. Slide 4. Please get me the slide 4. That is more important. Suggestions part. Basically, that's the main thing. There's specific areas of concern that I'll be taking up. Yeah, this is one of the first slides. Then we'll go through it. We have to be very careful. The first thing that whenever an audit comes, previous audit conducted, if any observations not attended to or rectified. When the audit comes, they generally ask for, because I have myself worked as an audit officer for around a couple of years. So I know the moment we enter, we first ask, पिछला audit कब हुआ था, उसका क्या status है? अगर आप पिछले audit की को देखें और उसके सारे compliances आप कर चुके हैं, तो वो repeat नहीं होंगे. Got my point? किसी ऑडिट में कोई स्पेसिफिक केस एक्स उन्होंने अगर लिया है, अगर वो सेटल नहीं हुआ है या आपने उसका कंप्लायंस नहीं किया, तो उसको फिर से पिकअप कर लेंगे. So to be prepared when the audit comes, previous audit conducted, any observation attended or not. This is a big mistake that industry makes. Then complete and properly documented data not provided to auto party. See, you should not be evasive while providing data to the audit parties. That's it. Complete and properly documented data not provided to audit party. At least a day before the arrival of audit team, all necessary statutory records with stock register, ITC related documents, invoices, e-way bills, inventory records, returns, filed, tax challan should be cross-checked and for availability and correctness. Once they come and they start working and digging into things, then it is difficult to rectify the mistakes on that. So before, a day before at least, you should be ready with all these things. All the documents requested by audit should be neatly and properly placed in room where the audit officers are conducting audit, because the more you look organized and compliant, the less inquisitive audit officers will behave. अगर आपके यहाँ mess मिलेगा उनको, evasive मिलेंगे, avoidance रहेगा, तो they'll become inquisitive कि कुछ ना कुछ छुपा रहे हैं. So this is a practical thing. Since I have myself experienced these things, I am sharing these things with you. Well conversant official, both technical, administrative and finance, if they are not designated to assist the audit party, problem comes. If a person, if he comes to a pharma industry and he asks, maybe the audit officer is a science background officer and he asks a certain question, the executive sitting here says, मुझे तो पता नहीं साहब, वो तो QC वाला बताएगा. QC वाला कहाँ साहब, आज वो छुट्टी पर है. Same thing happens with finance and same thing happens with administration. The moment the officer feels hindered, he gets agitated. I'm telling you from my perspective. So the mistake that you make is you are not making available, not readily keeping available technical person, a person with financial background and a person who's well versed with administration. बैलेंस शीट में कुछ पूछा साहब, वो सीए साहब देखते हैं, हमें तो पता नहीं है. सीए साहब का साहब वो तो माता वैष्णो देवी गए हुए. So a problem comes. So these are things which you will have to, I'll request PharmaceutiCal to circulate these things, a head-on approach. On-spot clarifications concerning the business model, products and services dealt with not provided to audit along with documentary. Business model हम ऐसे काम करते हैं, तो उन्हें पता लग जाएगा कि what they are looking at. अगर business model उनको immaculate लगेगा, तो वो they will not go into the nitty gritty of those things. Problem क्या होती है कि हमारे डिपार्टमेंट से जब ऑडिट के लोग आते हैं, तो कोई बैकग्राउंड उनका अपना वेरिड बैकग्राउंड होता है. एक आर्ट ग्रेजुएट है, वो ऑडिट ऑफिसर बन के आपकी फार्मा में आ जाएगा, उसका बैकग्राउंड नहीं है, तो आप उसे क्लैरिटी समझाएंगे, साहब हम ये काम करते हैं, इस तरीके से काम करते हैं, तो हिल पे ओके यार, ठीक है, सही है, समझ आ गया. लेकिन अगर आप नहीं बता पाए, तो हिल कुछ भी फॉर्मुलेट कर लेगा दिमाग. और एक बार कागज पे लिखा गया, माइंड यू, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू गेट इट रेक्टिफाइड. Effort should be made to get audit observations amicably discussed and are more likely to be settled during the audit. वहीं की वहीं चीजें clarify कर दी जाएं, तो वहां ज्यादा चांस है कि वो audit objections आगे तक नहीं जाएंगे. They will not form the audit report. Once the audit team goes back to the office, their stance is bound to change as compared to when they are at your premises. Secondly, once they submit the draft audit report to next senior level officer, they are no longer in a position to rectify or omit their observations even if they are wrong. कागज पे आ गया, it's very difficult. प्लीज इस बात को अच्छे से समझ लीजिए। ड्यूरिंग ऑडिट टैक्स पेयर शुड अवॉइड एनी काइंड ऑफ इवेजिव टैक्टिक्स, मैं पहले डिस्कस कर चुका हूं, बचने की कोशिश मत करो, क्योंकि जहां आपने कहा कि साहब वो नहीं है, रिकॉर्ड अवेलेबल नहीं है, साहब ताला की अलमारी की चाबी तो साहब के पास है, उनका दिमाग वहीं चेंज हो जाएगा, बिकॉज दे कम विद अ प्री सेट माइंड कि आप लोग टैक्स चोरी कर रहे हैं, वरना क्यों आएंगे? सो डोंट बी इवेसिव। रिकॉर्ड लीजिए साहब, क्लैरिफिकेशन लीजिए साहब, सो प्लीज माइंड इट। Be compliant with the requirements to the best possible manner. Even if there is an issue regarding compliance, taxpayers representative assisting the audit team. If you're not busy, at least be compliant. Sir, sir, we'll just help you, sir. Abhi batate, sir. So these things help. The more the taxpayer is positive, confident, and tax compliant, the less audit is going to take. Now the difficult part, anti-evasion, the flying squad, the SIB, the office preventive, customs preventive, GST customs similarly working hota hai sabhi ka, kyun interchange hote rehte hain officers. This is again from my hands-on experience. The moment a team comes from checking for anti-evasion, is basically they come with a search warrant or with a visit permission. गेट पे घुसते ही गार्ड रोक देता है, कहता है साहब से पूछ के बताऊंगा तब अंदर आने दूंगा। वो अपनी जगह सही है, कोशिश करिए कि जितना जल्दी ऑडिट मतलब एंटी इवेजन टीम को एंट्री मिल जाए, उतना उनका इरिटेशन लेवल कम होगा। As they are there to carry out an authorized proceedings, your positive stance would make them comfortable and more reasonable. Do not confront the visiting officers in an obstructive manner. Please ensure that they are genuine officers. Courteously, you can ask for their identity. Normally, they themselves give their identity because they are carrying an authorization. Such authorization है तो definitely उनके पास ID होती है. For this, taxpayer should be aware about the correct authorization document under customs or GST. किस सेक्शन में authorization होता है ये आपको मालूम होना चाहिए. This again point is of self-awareness. Section 67(1) में अगर आया है officer team आई तो they will only visit, they will not conduct a search. Section 67(2) का अगर लेके आया तो उसके पास search authorization है. Then he can put his hands on to any place. He can dig into any place. So it should be aware what is 67(1) and what is 67(2). Let in the officers in welcoming way as they are there to carry out their authorized proceedings. Your positive stance would make them comfortable and more reasonable. Okay, this is already done. During stock inventory by the officers, due assistance by way of authorized supervisor, उनको help करिए ताकि जल्दी जल्दी inventory खत्म कर सके. Very important. No kacha bill, slips and challans, rough payments made, received, calculation, etc. should be there in existence and at any time at principal place of business. कुछ भी कच्ची पर्चियां उनको मिलेंगी, you are in a soup. आप explain ही नहीं कर पाओगे साहब कि ये तो हमारी थी ही नहीं. Similarly, all electronic gadgets at premises should be devoid of any unofficial kacha entries, which will show any of your intended or unintended transactions. Residential premises में lady officer का होना जरूरी होता है. Please ensure or entries just after sunrise and they have to leave by before sunset. You can request for a lawyer or a CA to be available and keep the areas under surveillance, CCTV surveillance that deters the audit anti-evasion party to do something fishy. List on a preparation of a proper panchnama and copy should be given to you. If any statement is recorded after panchnama, request for a summons. That's important. If any chance अगर आप if you have to give a self-incriminatory statement, आप जबरदस्ती आपसे लिखा भी लग जाती है तो अगले दिन उसको कर लीजिए at the first available opportunity. They will help you in the defense. This is basically we are short of time. This I would request pharmaceutical to please circulate. These are the key areas जिसमें आपका जो refund है inverted duty structure का जो pharma में है कि inputs ज़्यादा rate hands on approach में दिया हुआ है. बेसिकली क्या है कि आप जो भी कैलकुलेशंस बना के दें, शीट्स बना के दें, क्लियर होनी चाहिए. सेंड समवन ऑफ ऑफिसर्स टू असिस्ट द इंस्पेक्टर सुपरिटेंडेंट टू प्रोसेस इट, तो जल्दी हो जाएगा. These are all the things that are already available on there. इसका ARN मिलेगा आपको. उसका अगर डेफिशिएंसी आती है टाइमली उसका डेफिशिएंसी का रिप्लाई दे दो. This is again all there in the internet. And this again, this already I have taken. I'm short of time. Thank you very much for being a patient listener. This is a big subject. I could have spoken for another 2 hours, but we don't have that liberty. Thank you very much. And if any questions are there, please through Form Excel, you can approach us. Thank you very much. ये जो चीज मैंने लिखी है इसमें सारा कुछ है सर. एवरीथिंग इज स्टेप बाय स्टेप इट इज देयर. दैट्स व्हाई आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग कि क्योंकि ये इतनी देर में बताया भी नहीं जा सकता, आप कितना रिसीव कर पाएंगे वो भी समझ में नहीं आएगा. ये सबको सर्कुलेट कीजिए, पूरे स्टेप बाय स्टेप हैं. उसके बाद भी अगर किसी को प्रॉब्लम आती है आपके थ्रू, हमें जस्ट विद इन अ डे विल गिव यू द सोल्यूशन कि क्या प्रॉब्लम थी, उसका क्या सोल्यूशन. ओनली थिंग इज सर, we know that. I got your point, sir. That's why I said we can, through them, we can send you a proper representation for that. We're short of time. Otherwise, I would have taken every questions. We are seized with every problem that the industry, not only pharma, every industry is facing. Because I have been a part on the wrong side also, na. So I'll be
So you can simple show the company's name who have already lost.
In these few months that we have been able to take their queries, and I hope we lived up to the expectations. These are around 30 odd queries were given to us by these 21. Some of them had repeated queries also. The main problem is the interface between the department. ऑटोमेशन जरूर हुआ है, लेकिन देखिए अभी भी हम लोग इतने ऑटोमेटेड नहीं हुए हैं कि चीजें अपने आप ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाएंगी. किसी ने कहा था कि एक क्लिक पे एक रिफंड आ जाता है, लेकिन अगर मिसमैच हो रहा है तो एक क्लिक पे क्या 10 क्लिक पे भी रिफंड नहीं आएगा. अगर आपका कोई बैंक का डिटेल डिफरेंट है, आपने जीएसटी में अलग लिखा है, आपने आइस गेट में अलग लिखा है, तो आपको आईजीएसटी का रिफंड जिंदगी में भी नहीं आएगा. बिकॉज मिसमैच रहेगा, जीएसटी उसको अप्रूव ही नहीं करेगा. कस्टम वाला बोलेगा मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ जब तक जीएसटी से अप्रूव नहीं होगा. आपका एडी कोड चेंज हो जाता है, आप लोग बैंक का कुछ और लिख के देते हैं शुरू जीएसटी में, और आइस गेट में आपका बैंक बदल गया होता है 2 साल बाद. अब वो जब एडी कोड, दैट्स ऑथराइज्ड डीलर कोड, अगर मिसमैच कर गया तो आपको कभी पैसे नहीं आएंगे. डिपार्टमेंट से स्क्रॉल आउट हो गया रिफंड, आपके पैसे नहीं आएंगे. आई कैन एश्योर 10 साल भी नहीं आएंगे. द प्रॉब्लम इज उसका ये, जिसका भी ऐसा इश्यू होता है इमीडिएटली इनके रूट थ्रू करिए. सेकंड डे आई विल गिव यू अ सॉल्यूशन कि आपको क्या करना है. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
And so I request Dr. Rajesh Gupta to please kindly come up on the stage and hand over the memento, please.
नहीं हम ले लेंगे. थैंक यू.
Well, moving forward to PharmExcel activities and FX National Exhibition on Pharma and Healthcare Industry. To speak on this, Mr. Nipun Jain, the chairman of IFX 2026 and CEO member of PharmExcel, to please kindly come up on the stage and join.
Thank you very much. I'll just present a very brief profile about PharmExcel, what we are and what services we are giving to our members. And especially if we talk about exports, like Joint DGFT sir was also talking about, I think the states of Haryana, Punjab and Himachal, the exports are there, but not to that extent where our southern states are much, much more in value and in quantity. So I would also urge all the manufacturers, our members, to take advantage of PharmExcel, what kind of assistance we are giving, what kind of platform we are giving, and increase our exports. So I'll just go on. We can go to the next slide. So we were framed under foreign trade policy in 2004, and we have 4,800 members. So whoever has to export from India, whether it is formulations or API or anything, they have to become a member of PharmExcel. The RCMC has to be issued by us. So we are facilitating exports, training programs, workshops, knowledge programs, and we all give inputs, what are the ground realities to the various government departments where our exporters are facing problem, what we can do to increase our exports. We have our head office in Hyderabad, and we have regional offices in Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Ahmedabad. So this is our Indian pharma credentials. We have like 60% of exports are to highly regulated market. In fact, $30 billion, more than $30 billion is our exports, and I think $10 billion is to US alone. So that highly speaks about the US, exporting to US highly speaks about our credentials, our capacity. We have number of US FDA sites 748, ANDA 6440. So all these things, we are very, have a good market share in the regulated market also. This is drugs and formulations comprises 75% of the export market share. APIs 16%. Then we have vaccines, surgicals comprising total 100%. So this is what we are doing benefits to the members. So like as I was telling earlier, our northern states में आप उनसे ज़्यादा अच्छी तरह समझ सकते हैं और हमें इंटर्न गाइड कर सकते हैं. So that is what we are having this. This is not going to be during IFX because IFX is totally B2B meetings. This is going to be different. It will be happening in April 2026. And we are having over some particular country की अगर वहाँ पे delay हो रहा है or he's facing some kind of other issue, he can also approach through PharmExcel and we can help him out. So this is going to be a grand event. First time it is going to be there on the sidelines of IFX. So this is for participation for IFX. You can contact Kamal and he'll be there to help you out. Thank you. And I would like to call Chairman Namit ji to showcase the IFX, what happened last year, please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nipunji. आप यहीं रहिए because when we started IFX, this was the 11th one, 25. When we started IFX, he was the person who conceptualized this idea of having a conference called IFX. And I'm missing our vice chairman also, Bhavin Bhai. So there were a set of people who conceptualized how would we create a brand called IFX. And now I'm very proud to share that it is really our biggest brand what we can afford to have from India perspective. So we are very proud of that IFX. And just to, on the lighter side, I would say, we gave a very tough competition to another event, which is considered to be a mega event or a mecca for pharmaceutical industry. I will not like to name it here. But the organizers came to look at our organization, like the way we are organizing IFX at Bharat Mandapam. And when they went back with some sort of a bad feeling or a sad feeling that why they could not think of the way we have organized. So it's a feather in our cap, and we have taken a pledge to continue the way we demonstrated and delivered in 2025. Now, why we were so successful? There were two basic reasons for that. One, we all throughout the 10 IFX what we have conducted, we have been taking support from the ministry in terms of the financial inclusion. This was the first IFX we conducted where we didn't ask for a single penny from the government of India. So this was one of the first independently conducted IFX in 2025. And the second part was all the organizations were trying to earn money out of a conference, to save some money out of that conference. We conducted in the most expensive place, which is called Bharat Mandapam. And that too at 50% of the cost what the other big event happens in India. So these are the two important things which made IFX such a grand success in 2025. And we want to continue that patronage. And I think let's run the 2025 video. Thank you, everyone. The unique concept is that we are the ones who conduct RBSM, reverse buyer seller meet, which others are unable to imitate. So it is a very unique concept what we have introduced. And that is a core part of the success of our IFIX. The second thing what you have seen in the video is that we don't allow foreign exhibitor to use our land to trade here in India. So what we do is we only encourage the Indian manufacturers to exhibit under our umbrella, and we invite the foreign buyers to come and see us here in India. So we call them and they identify their vendors or associates, and that is how we enhance the exports from India. So all these activities are being done to make India the powerhouse of pharmaceutical export. Just to mention one last thing, that we are the top 5 export promotion council out of the 25 export promotion council created by Ministry of Commerce in India, because $30.46 billion made us reach 4th rank export promotion council amongst all the commodities which are being sold, exported out of India. So it's a very proud moment for pharmaceutical industry that we have one of the strongest presence as far as the export of pharmaceuticals is concerned. Thank you all, and I request and I invite all of you to please participate in IFIX 2026 under the chairmanship of Nipun Jain. I think let's make it much bigger. Let's make it large, I would say.
Well, thank you so much for the deep insight session. Now we are moving forward for the evening session, where I would like to... Okay, right after 2 minutes, we'll be starting up with the evening session. I would like to request everyone to please be settled.
Hello. Yeah, so I am trying to fill in this stage setting, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, whatever is allowed. I think this is again a new initiative which we have taken under the aegis of Ministry of Commerce and Industries. I think we call it CHINTAN SHIVIR. In English, if we translate it, becomes a brainstorming camp. The concept behind CHINTAN SHIVIR is that we have to overcome the non-tariff barriers. We have to promote our exports, pharmaceutical exports. So we thought of inviting relevant stakeholders, also the industry, so that we can right now brainstorm what are the ways that we can overcome certain barriers and try to enhance our exports. So with that same intent, with the support of Ministry of Commerce, we are organizing the first Chintan Shivir in India in Chandigarh. So this is also a sort of a first few initiatives which PharmExcel has been taking, and let's give it a shape. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Request our dignitaries to please kindly come up on the stage and join us. First, I would like to request to please kindly join us on the stage Shri Namit Joshi, the chairman of PharmExcel, to please kindly step up on the stage and join us. Along with him, I would like to request Shri Nipun Jain, CEO member of PharmExcel, chairman IFIX 2026 Advisory GST and TGFT, to please kindly come up on the stage and join us. Along with him, I would like to request Shri Amit Chawla, the CEO, member of AMSIL, to please kindly come upon the stage and join. Along with him, I would like to request Dr. Rajesh Gupta, President, Himachal Drugs Manufacturer Association, both of you to please kindly come upon the stage and join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. And along with him, I would like to request Shri R.L. Sharma, President, Haryana Pharmaceutical Manufacturer Association, to please kindly come upon the stage and join. Dr. Kishan Gopal, Professor, Department of Biotechnology, NIPER, to please kindly come upon the stage and join us. Shri Sanjeev Garg, Joint Commissioner, Drugs and State Drug Collector of FDA, to please kindly come upon the stage and join us, sir. Along with him, I would like to request Shri Lalit Goel, the Drugs Controller, Food and Drug Administration, Haryana, to please on the stage and join. Next, I would like to request Dr. Manish Kapoor, State Drug Controller, Himachal Pradesh, to kindly come upon the stage and join us. Next, I would like to request Shri R. Chandrasekhar, Joint DGCI CDSEO, to please kindly come upon the stage, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to kindly come upon the stage and join us. I would like to request our dignitaries to please step forward and kindly join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Yes, sir. I would like to request everyone to please join forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. I request all the dignitaries, those who are on the dais, to please kindly come forward and join us. I would like to request Amit Duggalji to kindly come upon the stage and join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. I would like to request Mr. Rakesh Daya as well to please kindly come upon the stage and join us. I repeat, Mr. Rakesh Daya to please kindly come upon the stage and join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. So we are starting with the book day. We need more money. All right, now in welcoming, we would like to hand over some bouquet to the art dignitaries. I would like to request Namit Joshi ji to please kindly come forward and welcome with the bouquet to Shri R. Chandrasekhar ji. मैं चाहूंगी सर आप आगे आ जाए ताकि हम उनका एक साथ मिलके यहाँ पे सभी वेलकम कर सके. For this woman, can we have a big round of applause, everyone? I request Dr. Rajesh Gupta ji to kindly come forward and welcome with the bouquet to Dr. Manish Kapoor ji. Next, I would like to request Mr. Nipun Jain ji to kindly come forward and kindly welcome to Mr. Lalit Goyal ji. Next, I would like to request Amit Chawla ji to kindly come forward and kindly welcome to Mr. Sanjeev Garg ji. Next, I request Mr. Nipun ji to kindly come forward again and welcome to Dr. Krishna Gopal ji. Now I request Dr. Rajesh Gupta ji to kindly come forward and kindly welcome Amit Duggal ji on stage. I request Dr. Rajesh Gupta ji to kindly come forward and welcome to Dr. Krishna Gopal ji. Krishna Gopal ji. Done. We request to please welcome Amit Duggal ji. And next I request after this woman. And I request Mr. Rakesh Daya ji to kindly come up on this stage. And I would like to request Dr. Rajesh Gupta ji to please kindly hand over the bouquet to Mr. Rakesh Daya ji. So for this woman, can we have a big round of applause once again, everyone? Thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us. So now I would like to request for the welcome address to kindly step forward and join us. Shri Namit Joshi, the chairman of PHARMACEUTICAL, to please kindly step forward.
We started at sharp at 3 p.m. While discussing the agenda, I was talking to Kamal and other people. I said to them, including Nipun, that it's going to be too hectic. I don't think we should have such a detailed program for a day. But I must admit that how the time passed, I'm also not aware. It went to an extent that I skipped my lunch to have this session and didn't realize that I'm hungry. So this is actually the core of our today's session. This is very important for all of us because for quite some time, industry was operating in silo. We talk about associations. There are different associations. So what we did was we tried to bring out all the associations together who are the representative of various industries, various segments and various areas. And thankfully, we have the consent of CDSU and the State Drug Regulatory Department. I would say this can be the best combination. And thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion from the DGFT part also. There were many sessions where people spoke about the facilitation of business being done by various departments, how they support our activity of exports. We thought of also having a brainstorming session where there are certain challenges, there are certain barriers, and we have to identify, we have to reach to a consensus, and we have to develop an action plan. The sole objective and idea is that India has to grow further from the current base of 30.46 billion to around 55 billion in the next 5 years. So with that intention, I I don't know the list of the speakers. Yeah. No, this is okay. So the format is that people on the dais, on the panel, I think we'll invite them to have a very brief talk about approximately for a couple of minutes, 4-5 minutes. And then we will open the session for having a dialogue between the industry and the relevant stakeholders who are there on the dais. So in this series, I invite, I call him Shekhar Garu. So I invite Shekhar Garu to speak something around whatever his thoughts are, and then let's take it, Shiva, forward.
Good evening to everyone, especially colleagues from the state and the industry and all your esteemed delegates to this program. So this Chintan Shivir, basically it has been an idea for the government of India. Even the Honorable Prime Minister has stated that every department should conduct Chintan Shivirs. So what is Chintan Shivir? So basically introspection. Chintan Shivir is something introspection. Means Atmavalokan hota hai. Probably Hindi I'm not good, but I feel that is the right word, Atmavalokan. So why we have gathered today to do introspection, understand what are the issues regarding the policies and how we can do better, what are the challenges that we face, and together in collaboration with all the stakeholders, whether it is the government, industry, or the patient, whichever, all the stakeholders should come together to address these issues and challenges to give a better service to the society. So in this context, I appreciate Department of Commerce and PharmExcel for coming forward to conduct this Chintan Shivir. Probably I think I should speak after listening the industry, industry friends. See what are their issues with respect to giving a quality product at affordable prices. That is the theme of Indian pharma. So wherever I go, I tell that we are here, whatever $30+ billion export market and equal amount of domestic market, about 60 billion say. Our theme has been providing quality drugs at affordable prices. And we should not deviate from this USP. This is the USP. So once we start deviating from this USP, whether regarding quality or regarding affordability, so we lose our identity. But at the same time, as rightly said by Namitji, that we should build upon, because generic drugs are only commodity. So today we are able to export so much, but tomorrow, and day by day, every country is trying to localize the manufacturing in their own country. So there is a competition from all the 200 countries. So how to continue to hold the market share and also increase that one? So for that, we need to have some innovative products. So innovation comes from certain amount of R&D, product development, which every company should invest. And also another area is the quality. So we should also focus and create a trust in the global, whether the patient in India or anywhere in any other country, that a drug manufactured in India will meet the prescribed quality parameters. So that is the trust we need to generate.
So some incidents here and there might affect that one and people would like to exploit that incidents. But in the long run, maybe 99% are good, even 1% is bad, then that will reflect badly. But we should also try to strive to remove that 1% and become 100% quality conscious. So with this, I would like to hear from others. So what are the issues, challenges? And with this, after this Chintan Shivir, there should be some actionable points on behalf of the PharmExcel, Department of Commerce, on behalf of the CDSU also, wherever we can pitch in and then do some, change the policies or do course correction or whatever. So we'll certainly take it to the highest level, the competent authorities, and we'll try to do so that our growth keep on continuing, and then we provide the quality drugs at affordable prices. Thank you.
The hearing, Shekhar Garu, loud and clear. I think we have to change the format. So I think we should start from the industry side, and we'll invite the industry associations, and then we will have an addressal, and we will give the hand mics to the respective stakeholder so that the questions can be addressed. So in this series, I think. So in this series, then I see. So let's start with Dr. Rajesh Gupta only. I think you can come here and.
Thank you, Namit sir, for giving me opportunity to represent the whole India SME problem. Because I never say, first of all, the honorable guest on the dais, all the Himachal Pradesh, Punjab and Haryana state drug controllers, worthy joint drug controller Shri Ranga Sahab, and off the dais, all the captains of the ships and my colleagues. Sir, I represent mainly the SME issues. Particularly, I use the word of only three because the first word is not feasible in the pharmaceutical sector. So we are not MSME, we are only SME. Because micro sector we are not covering. So all are in the SME category, which is already in the small micro, small medium enterprises. Sir, we are in the doorstep of the revised Schedule M, and the perception of the media is that we are not compliant industry. And the revised schedule is just a magic wind, whether all the industry will comply. So the every problem will be resolved by the complying of the revised Schedule M industry. So we always, not only for here to Delhi media also, we always clarify that we are already in an existing, the Schedule M is already, we are complying the industry. The revised Schedule M is no doubt, it is just a module. Whether the amalgamation of the peaks, WHO, UGMP is the amalgamation of this, and this we are going to be implement. Sir, now our version, because I represent to the Himachal Drug Manufacturer Association also, I represent to the entire Laghu Udyog Bharati, to MP, my colleague is come from the Madhya Pradesh also, we represent to the Maharashtra, Gujarat, and around, sir, 18 states we are already represented. So the purpose is, sir, we are fighting for compliances. We never fighting for to deferment of any revised Schedule M extension also. Because you train the inspectors, like I can say you train all the traffic inspectors, but you miss to train the qualified analytical and production chemist. Because there is no such type of courses we designed for the revised Schedule M implementation, neither by the NIPER side nor any other institutions, which is, we can say, from the education of the pharmaceutical industry. Now, the entire industry is dependent how to implement the revised Schedule M, because as a stakeholder and as a promoter of the industry, our funds are invested in this industry. So we depend only on this analytical production and all the skills fellow. And they are dependent on how to implement in their own industry. So those whosoever has trained, then after they might be given the certificate. If anybody is failed, so that would be the problem for the industry. So my suggestion on these perspectives are we should design some comprehensive examination type or 3 days, 5 days of, like in the medical fraternity, all the doctors are required minimum 30 hours workshop. It is a mandatory for all MBBS doctor to continue his practicing. So we've missed to this, for this entire skill development program, like LSSDC was, Mukherjee sir was there also. We always say, sir, you have to design for this, and Ranga sir, we already told to you, sir, in earlier also, we conveyed our version to Bharti DCJ also, sir, please design some roadmap for to train the industry fellow, and they have to bound to comply the whatever you design, because right now, sir, I challenge nobody in 90% of the industry fellow is not taken up the revised schedule and draft. And this is the, sir, major issue, because whether you are not studied your own regulation, how you get how you face the audit. So these are the, sir, major issue in the SME concern, as well as the, sir, large corporate also for this. Whosoever is comply WHO GMP, we all are compliant of WHO GMP also. But this I face in the ground level, ground reality. And, sir, therefore, we demanded the extension. We demanded the extension, the actual implementation. We demanded not the extension to deferment for this. So that's why, sir, we always, for this and this forum, I had I take this opportunity to represent this practical problem to you. Sir, in this particular era, we missed to work because we forced them to only all the entrepreneurs to invest the money, but the skilled workforce, we missed to train them. Number one, sir. Number two, sir, because you just heard the GST and everything is already found, no doubt that is not in your preview, but the capex is also very much problematic. Around 80 to 20% of GST, because of this GST 2.0, whether our Honorable Prime Minister reduced from medicine GST from 12% to 5%, CDSU also taken initiative to promote the entire retailer level these things. But, sir, we missed to that. Now in pharmaceutical category, it is 18% API and solvent, and the finished formulation is, sir, is 5%. So this 13%, the industry is facing the huge financial gap for refund, and industry cash flow is blocked in the GST. So this is not a regulatory perspective, but that I am telling to you because this connected to the whether one fellow is invested in 10 crore rupees in the infrastructure upgradation. So 2 crore rupees definitely will block on the capex. So the investment will be count as 12 crore. So this is also a problem because I know that you are not from GST fellow, but this the industry overall problem, sir. Number three, sir, the export NOC related issues we are all the members is already facing, and we already give the suggestion to Bharti DCI. Sir, please write a letter to 193 countries and ask them what is the product banned in their country. Whatever the formulation they banned in their country, that should be published on the CDSU website. We will not sell them that particular banned product of their own country. So that is the real solution, because whatever banned from your side is entertainment and is getting business from other neighboring country, and that Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and Pakistan like country is already getting benefited because CDSU is taking this long procedure to provide the NOC, and that country is in the system, they are providing in the easy method. So, sir, we are losing the export. So this solution we are demanding from you because, sir, because it's a win-win situation. Nobody can from 193 say that India is selling the banned formulation. Whether you are asking already from such country, give us your banned formulation list, that would be published for whatsoever. So, sir, this is my two humble submission to you. Rest, my colleague from Haryana also is here. So, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yeah, pardon, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you. Sir, just I close my words, sir, with one. Sir, I close my words with one quote, sir. A man asked his gardener. A man asked his gardener why his plants grew so beautifully. The gardener said, "I don't force them to grow. I remove what stops them." Sir, this regulation we require from your side. Sir, please.
So thank you, Rajji. I think it's also a valid suggestion coming from Shekhar Garu. We will hear first the industry. Maybe there can be few points which are repetitive in nature. So we will avoid those questions. And now I invite Haryana, Dr. R.L. Sharma sir.
Please, sir.
To say a few words about, other than what has been highlighted by Rajesh ji, Sharma ji, in case you can specify on certain other points. Then we'll add a
Thank you, Joshi ji. Respected Ranga Saab, Joint Secretary of India. Respected Goyal Saab, State Secretary of Haryana. Respected Sanjeev Garg ji, State Secretary of Punjab. And Kapoor Saab, Secretary of Himachal. और सभी मेरे respected officers on the dais. और मेरे सभी respected industry भाई हिमाचल से जहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं। सबसे पहले तो मैं फार्मेक्सिल को बधाई दूंगा, पर्टिकुलरली निपुण जी को, कि इन्होंने इतना अच्छा प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज किया कि हमारा एक्सपोर्ट कैसे बढ़े फार्मा का। तो इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको। दूसरा यह है कि कोई भी इंडस्ट्री वाला ये नहीं चाहेगा कि भाई मैं जो भी मेडिसिन दूं मार्केट में वो क्वालिटी में नंबर 1 हो और अफोर्डेबल रेट पे हो। ये हम लोगों का है भी और हमारा स्लोगन भी है एचपीएमए का कि वी आर डेडिकेटेड टू द सफरिंग मैनकाइंड। तो हम यही चाहते हैं कि मार्केट में क्वालिटी मेडिसिन जाए और अफोर्डेबल रेट पे जाए। अब मेन पंगा आया था, जो भी ये पंगे हुए हैं सारे, पीजी का जी। तो उसमें क्या है कि किसी ने पीजी, वो उसमें इम्प्योरिटी ज्यादा थी, वो पैरासिटामोल सिरप बना दिया और उसी के बाद ये सारी जो प्रॉब्लम शुरू हुई हैं उसी से हुई हैं। इस सिलसिले में हम हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से मिले थे, तो मैंने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की थी, मैं कहा जो भी पीजी हमारे इंडिया में आ रहा है सर, आप उसको पोर्ट पे टेस्ट करवा दो, अगर वो उसमें इम्प्योरिटी है तो वापस करा दो, ठीक है तो इंडिया में एंटर कर लो। और एक हमारे यहाँ जो यूनिट है चेन्नई में, नो डाउट उसका बहुत अच्छा आ रहा है, लेकिन ये आप इसमें एक पैकिंग भी कम करा दो ताकि ड्रम जो छोटा मैन्युफैक्चरर हो 50 केजी में भी ले सके और 200 किलो में भी ले सके। तो उसके अलावा भी एक ही प्रोडक्ट बनता था सर, इसका पैरासिटामोल सिरप, या वो कॉम्बिनेशन में हो या पैरासिटामोल उसमें हो, कि उसमें भी एक सुझाव है मेरा कि इसको पैरासिटामोल अगर सस्पेंशन हम कर दें सिरप की बजाय, तो ये प्रॉब्लम भी दूर हो जाती है सर। हमारे ऑफिसर्स बैठे हुए हैं। दूसरी बात, जो पॉइंट मैं इसलिए ज्यादा शॉर्ट में बोलूंगा कि चूंकि पहले ही सारी प्रॉब्लम बता चुके हैं राजेश गुप्ता जी। दूसरा है रिवाइज शेड्यूल है, अच्छा कंसेप्ट है गवर्नमेंट का, पहले शेड्यूल में लागू हुआ था, रिवाइज शेड्यूल लागू हुआ है और हम उसको फॉलो भी कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मैं एक याद बात कराना चाहता हूँ रंगे साहब, जब कोरोना का टाइम था, 2 साल कोरोना लगा रहा ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड, और उस टाइम इंडिया ने 161 देशों को दवाई सप्लाई दी है इन द फॉर्म ऑफ वैक्सीन, अदर मेडिसिन, और सस्ते रेट पे दी, अच्छी क्वालिटी दी। तब भी हमारे पास यही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो आज है। रिवाइज शेड्यूल से पहले 2 साल हमने दिए और उस टाइम हमारा वर्ल्ड वाइड ये नारा लगा था कि वी आर दी फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। आज भी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी इथियोपिया में स्पीच दे रहे थे, मैं देख रहा था उसको, वो भी ये कह रहे थे कि भाई हम वी आर द फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। नो डाउट कि अगर कोई भी लाइसेंसी मैन्युफैक्चरर है, वो ये नहीं चाहेगा कि मेरी क्वालिटी कहीं भी किसी भी स्टेज पे सैंपल फेल हो जाए या मैं घटिया क्वालिटी का माल कहीं दे दूं। तो ये तो आप भूल जाओ, ये तो जो भी कोई काम करेगा तो विदाउट लाइसेंसी करेगा सर। लाइसेंसी कभी भी ये काम नहीं करेगा, ना वो कभी चाहेगा। तो मेरी तो एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है कि जो भी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इंप्लीमेंट करती है, हम उसको दिल से चाहते हैं कि इंप्लीमेंट हो, लेकिन कई तरह के कंस्ट्रेंट्स आ जाते हैं सर। जैसे अब जो 50 करोड़ से कम की टर्नओवर है जिनकी, उनको आप फंड्स की बहुत कमी है सर। और ये जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है रिवाइज लैम का, इसमें बहुत ज्यादा इन्वॉल्वमेंट। तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट ये है रंगा साहब से कि आप भारत सरकार तक ये बात पहुंचा दो हमारी तरफ से कि वो सब कुछ करने को तैयार है, फंड्स की कमी है, और उनको 2 साल का एक्सटेंशन दिया जाए टू इम्प्लीमेंट द रिवाइज शेड्यूल, तो ताकि कोई भी यूनिट बंद ना हो सके। और एक और मैं बता दूं, जब जो भी आरबीआई हुई है, किसी भी स्टेट में हुई है सर, 3 दिन वो आरबीआई चलती है, बंदा बुरी तरीके से थक जाता है, जो वो पूछता है वो सब जवाब देता है। लास्ट में 3 दिन जब लास्ट फाइनल टाइम होता है, उस टाइम बात आती है कि मैं तो प्रोडक्शन स्टॉप करूंगा जी आपकी। तो मैं कह जी क्यों प्रोडक्शन स्टॉप क्यों कर रहे हो? बोले मेरे को तो ऊपर से ऑर्डर है कि तूने इसकी फैक्ट्री की इंस्पेक्शन करनी है और फाइनल में जाके तुम्हें स्टॉप प्रोडक्शन करके आनी है। मैं कहा सर आपको ये ऑर्डर थे तो 3 दिन इंस्पेक्शन क्यों किया आपने? आते ही जैसे आए थे उसी टाइम प्रोडक्शन स्टॉप लिख देते इसको। तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट ये है, मैं सर ये पॉजिटिव सेंस में बात कर रहा हूँ, नेगेटिवली कोई कंप्लेंट नहीं कर रहा मैं तो आपकी नॉलेज में डालना चाह रहा हूँ कि हम कितने कंसेंट से गुजर रहे हैं, जो छोटी इंडस्ट्री है या मीडियम इंडस्ट्री है, स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री है, माइक्रो भी है कुछ यूनिट्स। तो मेरा सिर्फ आपसे रिक्वेस्ट ये है सर, हम इसको, चूंकि हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री का सपना है ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस। सर अगर इस तरीके से कोई ऑफिसर आके कह देगा तो ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस कहाँ रहा सर? वो हम तो बहुत ज्यादा हार्डशिप में होंगे फिर अगर इस तरह की इंस्पेक्शन होंगी तो। सर मैं कहता हूँ इंस्पेक्शन करो, हम कोई गलत काम थोड़ी कर रहे हो सर। हम तो मेडिसिन बना रहे हैं, रॉ मटेरियल आता है उसको 100% टेस्ट कराते हैं, फिनिश प्रोडक्ट बनता है उसको 100% टेस्ट कराते हैं सर। उसके बावजूद कोई दिक्कत हो तो दोबारा रिपीट कर लेते हैं, उसको भी दिक्कत ना आ जाए कोई। तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट यही है सर आपसे लास्ट में कि आप जो 50 करोड़ से कम टर्नओवर है जिनकी, कम से कम उनके लिए तो इमीडिएट करा दो कि भाई ये 1 जनवरी से लागू होने जा रहा है, कि उनके लिए करा दो कि इनको 2 साल की एक्सटेंशन मिल जाए। और जो हमारे देहात में या छोटे एरियाज में जहां भी है सस्ते रेट पे दवाइयां उपलब्ध होती रहे, और इंडिया हमारा ऐसे ही फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड कहलाता रहे। और फिर से मैं फार्मेसिल को भी बधाई दूंगा कि एक्सपोर्ट के लिए प्रमोट करते रहे, ताकि जो छोटी स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री है, मीडियम इंडस्ट्री है, वो भी ग्रो करे। इसके साथ ही थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Thanks a lot, Sharma ji. I think Amit ji, from the Indore Association, MP Association, would you like to?
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me an opportunity to interact with all this. To all the dignitaries on the stage, I welcome you on the behalf of the PharmaCeuticals. Myself, Amit Chawla from Indore. I'm a COA member of the PharmaCeuticals and having my formulation unit. I'm one of you between you. Okay. First of all, I am having a high gratitude for the whole PharmaCeuticals team to organizing and having this idea of having the Chintan Shivir. Okay, at least we are having our hand holders on the stage, and the stakeholders to interact and having something and concrete which will help us to how to improve our business, our industry, and make our India more wealthy, more export oriented. Thank you for that. Thank you. First of all, I will take this responsibility to acknowledge 2 persons. Rather, there were many issues which were being taken by my senior Rajesh Ji Gupta. He is also the head of the Laghu Udyog Bharati, National Pharma Bank. But I want to request first Nipun Jain and Rajesh Ji Gupta to please come besides me, please. Rajesh Ji, please. Nipun bhai, 2 मिनट आओ.
It's okay. It's okay.
कुछ दिल का कह लेने दो यार, है ना? इंडस्ट्री की तो बात है ही कि ज्यादातर मैटर तो राजेश जी ने ले ही लिए कि जो बोलने थे.
We can discuss the industry issue, then we can have this.
चल ठीक है.
Thank you, Amit ji.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amit ji. Nipun ji from MSME sector.
First of all, thanks for giving me the opportunity. Sir, basically MSME की तरफ से मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि सर हम क्वालिटी के अगेंस्ट नहीं है. आप हमें सोचे कि हम क्वालिटी के अगेंस्ट है, हम कंप्लाई नहीं करना चाहते, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है सर, बट वी नीड सम हैंड होल्डिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ फाइनेंसेस, इन टर्म्स ऑफ टेक्निकल नो हाउ। कंसल्टेंट जो मार्केट में है वो उल्टा सीधा सिखा देते हैं, हमें समझ नहीं आती है और हम पैसा भी खर्च कर देते हैं और पता चले कि वो आपके मापदंड पे भी नहीं आता कई बारी। तो हम आपसे ये आग्रह करना चाहेंगे कि सर कुछ टाइप का वर्कशॉप आप अपने इंडिविजुअल स्टेट्स में, कि ये स्टैंडर्ड एसओपीज होती हैं, ये स्टैंडर्ड क्यूएमएस सिस्टम होते हैं, ये रिस्क ऐसे असेसमेंट की जाती है, अगर कुछ ऐसा प्रोग्राम कर दिया जाए एमएसएमई के लिए तो हमारे लिए काफ़ी लाभदायक रहेगा हर हर अपने प्रदेश में। दूसरा सर, हम स्पूरियस के बिल्कुल खिलाफ हैं। अगर आपको लगता है कोई भी हमारे में से मैन्युफैक्चर कोई भी स्पूरियस बना रहा है तो आप सर उसको फांसी पे चढ़ा दीजिए, वी डोंट हैव एनी इश्यूज। बट हम सर आपको आश्वासन देना चाहते हैं कि सर हम क्वालिटी के लिए हैं और क्वालिटी के लिए काम करेंगे। आपने देखा भी होगा सर एमएसएमई काफ़ी आगे बढ़ रहा है, बट कुछ कुछ हैंड होल्डिंग हमें अभी भी चाहिए सर। सर कुछ हमारे इश्यूज हैं, जैसे सर रिस्क बेस्ड इंस्पेक्शन बड़ा इंडिविजुअल परसेप्शन पे आ जाता है आजकल। मैं माफ़ी चाहूँगा अगर मैं कुछ गलत कहूँगा तो। सर कोई ड्रग रेगुलेटरी ऑफिसर वो अपने हिसाब से सोचता है। सर मुझे कभी कभी लगता है छोटी सी, जैसे मेरे किसी मेंबर ने मैन्युफैक्चरर ने बोला कि क्रॉस ओवर बेंच में थोड़ा सा गैप था, उसको क्रिटिकल दे दिया। सर वी शुड बी मोर कंसर्न अबाउट द क्वालिटी ऑफ द ड्रग, कि वो फाइनल टेस्टिंग कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा, वो रॉ मटेरियल टेस्ट कर रहा नहीं कर रहा। बट कुछ कुछ इश्यूज वी कैन टेल देम कि ठीक है क्रिटिकल नहीं है, आप इसको माइनर में लीजिए, बट यू हैव टू डू इट। बट कई कई इंडिविजुअल परसेप्शंस हमारे मेंबर्स के थ्रू मुझे काफ़ी इनपुट्स आए हैं कि जो कि ऐसे क्रिटिकल नहीं थे, और फिर रिस्क बेस्ड इंस्पेक्शन में आपका है कि इतने क्रिटिकल हो जाएंगे तो आप शो कॉज नोटिस दीजिए, स्टॉप प्रोडक्शन दे दीजिए। तो सर कहीं ना कहीं आप भी अपने ऑफिसर्स को सेंसिटाइज करिए कि एक एमएसएमई की तरफ से देखिए। हाँ, अगर हम बिल्कुल गलत काम कर रहे हैं तो सर हम आपके साथ हैं, बट कहीं कहीं इश्यूज जो हैं एक माइनर में भी जा सकते हैं। सर दूसरा एक इशू है सर, जैसे राजेश जी ने बोला एनओसी का। सर हम डीसीजे साहब से भी मिले थे, डीसीजे साहब ने बोला कि जो अनअप्रूव्ड और बैन ड्रग्स हैं इंडिया में वो हम विदाउट एनओसी नहीं करेंगे। सर हमने पूछा क्यों, कहते हैं सर हमारी एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है इंडिया की कि हम गलत मेडिसिन नहीं करेंगे। सर पीछे जो हुआ घाना में हुआ, बीबीसी रिपोर्ट आई, सब कुछ आई, बट उसमें क्या हुआ कि सिर्फ हमने अपने हाथ पांव बांध दिए कि इंडियन एक्सपोर्टर तो करेगा नहीं, बट हमारी नेबरिंग कंट्रीज कर सकती हैं। तो अल्टीमेटली तो गाना वाला जो है अभी भी मटेरियल खरीद रहा है, लेकिन हमसे नहीं खरीद रहा, अब दूसरी कंट्री से खरीद रहा है। तो सर जैसे राजेश जी ने कहा, मैं इनके साथ ही था उस टाइम पे, तो हमने यही सजेशन दिया कि आप सारी कंट्रीज को लिख दीजिए और उनको 3 महीने 6 महीने का टाइम दे दीजिए। जो आपका बैन ड्रग्स हैं, अनअप्रूव्ड ड्रग्स हैं, वो लिस्ट पब्लिश कर दें। आप सीडीएसओ की वेबसाइट पे पब्लिश कर दीजिए, हम वहाँ से देख लेंगे कि इसके लिए एनओसी चाहिए, नहीं तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं। सर नार्कोटिक्स है जैसे, हमें कोई इशू नहीं है। तो उस वो लिस्ट पब्लिश होगी ना सर, तो उसमें क्या है कि नेबरिंग कंट्रीज के लिए भी है, तो हमारे लिए एक लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड हो जाएगा। अभी सर लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड नहीं है। सर सेकेंडली जो एनओसी का जो प्रोसेस है इट इज टू कम्बरसम सर, इतने पेजेस हैं। एमएसएमई मतलब बिजनेस करे या वो कंप्लायंस करे, एनओसी की पेपर वर्क करे, इट इज टू कम्बरसम। सो इफ वी विल रिक्वेस्ट यू कि इसको और थोड़ा स्ट्रीमलाइन करना, टिल द टाइम उनसे इंपोर्टिंग कंट्री से रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता, कुछ 2-4 पेज का आप एनओसी का दे दीजिए, सो दैट वी डोंट फेस द बर्डन ऑफ कंप्लायंस। सर सेकेंडली हमारा एक लॉन्ग स्टैंडिंग इशू एक और था सर, कि फार्मा कंपनीज न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल नहीं कर सकती। सर हमारी बनी बनाई मार्केट हमारी नेबरिंग कंट्रीज ले रही हैं। हम पहले भी करते थे न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल्स, सर चेंज कंट्रोल ले लीजिए आप हमसे, हमारा इंस्पेक्शन कर लीजिए, बट हमारे ऊपर पाबंदी लगाने से दूसरे लोग तो कर रहे हैं सर, अल्टीमेटली एक्सपोर्ट्स गिर रहा है। तो अगर सर वो दोबारा हमें बहाल कर दिया जाए कि न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल्स विद प्रॉपर चेंज कंट्रोल इन आवर फैक्ट्रीज, तो आई थिंक दिस विल आल्सो गो अ लॉन्ग वे इन कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग सर। सर दूसरा जो है सर ट्रेंड मैन पावर, अभी गौतम जी भी थे, और सर अगर जैसे वर्कशॉप्स अगर आप कर दें तो हमारे को बहुत फायदा होगा। एमएसएमई के पास सर विल है, बट वी नीड हैंड होल्डिंग। हम ये नहीं करें कि आप जो मर्जी करिए, हम आपके साथ नहीं है सर, हम आपके साथ हैं, हम कंप्लाई करना चाहते हैं। थोड़ा सा टाइम आपकी तरफ और पुश आपकी तरफ से भी और हमारी तरफ से भी हो। हम ये नहीं कहते कि हम ही आप हम नहीं करना, आप कुछ नहीं करें, थोड़ा सा एक एक स्टेप दोनों लेंगे तो सर कहीं ना कहीं तो बीच में पहुंचेंगे। बस सही यही इश्यूज है सर, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, देखिए सर।
Thank you, Niputji. I think we have covered a large part of the association representation from the dais. Just to save on further time, now I open up certain questions to the audience also. Sorry. Oh, for that I need to go and all of us have witnessed a relay race where someone hands over the baton to someone else, and that is how a winner has been described. 1 second, sir. I think today we have a pleasure of having Munjal Sahab here. आई थिंक वो रिले रेस का मैं भी पार्ट हूँ, बिकॉज मुंजाल साहब ने एक बेटन पकड़ाई, किसी ने किसी को, एंड फाइनली it ended up at my level. So in the honor of Munjal Sahab being here, I think we would like to give a ovation to you for creating PharmExcel and shaping it up in such a robust way that whatever we are doing or whatever we are right now enjoying, I think the large part of the credit portion of that also came through Sahil. I think after your creation of, then I'm holding a long baton, long relay race. So Sahil, then Veeramani ji, then I had taken over. But we would definitely like to recognize your contribution towards PharmExcel. Guys, let's give a round of applause for Mr. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Sahil, also for coming along. Now I open this question session for the audience also, and then we will go for the responses.
नमित जी, एक गोयल साहब का एक छोटा सा presentation था on the compliance, and then we can have their this thing.
अगर question लेने के बाद फिर गोयल साहब का देखेंगे, because it comes from that side also.
ठीक है.
सर निपुण जी ने अभी न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल का मैटर उठाया है. सर देखा जाए तो आज के टाइम में जो फार्मा में अगर न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल बनता है तो कंट्रोल एरिया में बनेगा और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से बनेगा, जिसका कि टेस्टिंग वगैरह प्रॉपर होगा, क्योंकि माइंडसेट एक ही है और पूरे वर्ल्ड में बन रहा है. इसके अलावा सर आज देखा जाए मार्केट में जो स्ट्रिप आ रही हैं वो ऐसी पैकिंग की आ रही हैं कि और उसको डॉक्टर एज ए प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लिख रहा है और पेशेंट को नहीं पता कि वो जो है न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल खा रहा है, क्या खा रहा है. पेशेंट के हित को देखते हुए ये अगर कंट्रोल एरिया में ढंग से बने तो मेरे ख्याल में ज्यादा बेहतर है. और न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल प्लांट्स की हालत अगर आप देखेंगे तो वहाँ चप्पल पहन के, लुंगी पहन के वहीं चाय पी रहा है, वहीं पतीले में दवाइयां बना रहा है. तो सर उससे तो कम से कम ये अच्छा होगा. और ये अपूर्व चंद्रा जी जब सेक्रेटरी हेल्थ थे तब भी हम गए थे तो उन्होंने भी इसको एक्सेप्ट किया था, डीसीए साहब भी थे तभी. उसके बाद में कमेटी बनी थी. मेरे ख्याल में अभी तक कमेटी का शायद निर्णय नहीं आया है अभी तक. सर सेकंड ये बात हो ही चुकी है कि इन्होंने बोला शर्मा जी ने पीजी का जो ये हुआ है सर, ऐसा अगले 5 साल बाद फिर होगा, फिर हम जागेंगे, मैटर ठंडा पड़ जाएगा और ये देश की बदनामी होती है, पूरे मीडिया में वर्ल्ड में होती है. तो ये सर बिल्कुल मैंने भी सुझाव दिया था, क्यों नहीं इंपोर्टर को और मैन्युफैक्चरर को, हम मानते हैं, हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरर ने सही किया, सही नहीं किया. उसने टेस्ट करना था, उसने टेस्ट नहीं किया पीजी को और पीजी की जगह डीजी डाला गया. मैं मानता हूं, परंतु बच्चों का क्या कसूर था जो बच्चे मरे. तो क्यों नहीं शर्मा जी ने जैसे कहा कि हम इसका इंपोर्टर को और मैन्युफैक्चरर को ये साफ कहें कि भाई जब घी आधा किलो का, 1 किलो का, 5 किलो का, 15 किलो का पैक आ सकता है तो क्या पीजी का 50 किलो का, 100 किलो का, 200 किलो का क्यों नहीं आ सकता.
थैंक यू. आपका पॉइंट वैलिड है. सॉल्यूशन पे हम जाएंगे जब यहाँ से.
सर मैं अपनी समस्या का ही जिक्र कर रहा हूँ.
समस्या बताइए.
समस्या ये है कि इसका मैंडेटरी किया जाए, 50 किलो का पैक भी वो मार्केट में लॉन्च करे. एक जो आज एनएसक्यू है, आप भी चाहते हैं एनएसक्यू बिल्कुल 0 डिफेक्ट जापानी पॉलिसी पे हम चले और हम भी चाहते हैं. तो सब इसके लिए हम तो मैन्युफैक्चरर तो जिम्मेदार है, क्या वो नीचे के जो लोग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के और जो है क्यूसी के, क्यूए के लोग हैं जो इसके लिए एजुकेटेड भी हैं, जिनका रजिस्ट्रेशन भी है, जो बी फार्मा एम फार्मा है, वो जिम्मेदार बिल्कुल नहीं है. सर क्यों नहीं उनका भी एक पोर्टल बनाया जाए, उनका जिस तरीके से डायरेक्टर आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर होता है उनका भी, राजेश जी ने भी पहले कई बार राजेश जी मैटर उठा चुके हैं, यूनिक आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर उनका भी हो. और उनके एरिया टाइम पे जिस तरीके से हमारा एक चेक बाउंस हो जाता है तो सिविल पे रिकॉर्ड चला जाता है। तो क्यों नहीं जिस के कार्यकाल में ये हुआ है तो उसके भी रिकॉर्ड में बैच चला जाए भाई एनएसक्यू इसके एरिया टाइम में हुआ। सर सब सुधर जाएंगे इससे। एक बस यही सर मेरे 3-4 सवाल थे।
थैंक यू।
एनओसी की बात हो ही चुकी है।
थैंक यू फॉर द इनपुट्स। और कोई किसी का इनपुट अब अदर देन जो भी हमने अभी डिस्कस किया, जो भी इनपुट आए? ओके, सो आई थिंक नाउ वी कैन स्टार्ट विद गोयल साहब्स प्रेजेंटेशन। यस, तो मैं तो अपना बता दूं एक्चुअली इट्स वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट MSME or rather we say SME, but big pharmas are equally facing certain challenges, and I come from sort of a background of a big pharma, so I would like to highlight few of the challenges what we face generally in the market. And good initiative when we were allowed to have a bulk NOC, but then unfortunately for the deemed export where the API is being sold domestically for exports, we are facing big challenges in terms of getting NOCs on time, because it's a PO based NOC system, because the state is also giving basis the PO, and they have to close, our customer have to close, the API manufacturer cannot have that NOC till the time the NOC is approved from the state by the formulators. So this is unnecessarily delaying the process and also the closure, because if the way we have created for bulk exports annual closure of a one-time NOC, we request for the same setup to be followed for deemed export also, there where the biggest challenge the pharma companies are facing. We also face a delay in certain times. We have faced that the Sukhum portal has certain challenges. When we upload a document, we try to make a payment also. I think we had to make 3 times we have to make the same payment twice, and then only we were getting the advance authorization number. So there are certain things where we are facing a challenge. Maybe it's overloaded or the platform is not that effective, but then these situations are commonly being faced when we are applying for advance authorization for certain customers. Now I have also few of the we have received few of the written challenges from our member companies, and quickly I'd like to so one of the commonly faced complaint was applied for dual use. When in the Sugam portal, when you are applying for the dual use, it is not showing, like it's only one file number. This is the file number we're using. So one file number is generated, and then suddenly this number is not visible there. So something around Sugam portal, same challenges. The other important relevant issue is that when an FDA officer goes on leave or has retired, there is no alternative like for a person to sign or approve on or his behalf. So there should be an interim arrangement so that the operations keep on happening and we don't lose time for waiting for the replacement to come or a person to resume his duties after his leave. And there are certain FDA staff where we also request for their upgradation of the system in terms of if we are facing some difficulty and we try to approach certain staff within the FDA community. I think there are few of them who are well versed with the procedure online applications. It's more moving towards system, which we appreciate. Digitization is the next order of the day. But then along with the industry, I think the staff has to also undergo some sort of a upgradation in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the usage, so that they can help industry and support them in terms of creating that efficiency in case the industry is finding these challenges. State-wise, the issue of license has its own mechanism of issuing. It's not a centralized way of, there is no harmonized, we're not centralized, but there is no harmonized policy in terms of state-wise, if you go about, we have seen that before the NOC concept came in, there were few states, they had already granted manufacturing permission, but we had a site in a different state and we were not granted that manufacturing permission. So all those banned product or not approved drugs. So I think state-wise harmonization of the policy should be there, so that an organization do not suffer whether he operates in Gujarat or he operates in Andhra or he operates in Punjab or any part of the world. So I think the state center regulations have to be harmonized in such a way that there is a single line of policy which is to be adhered to, and also the industry would understand. Because if I have one plant in Punjab and another plant in Andhra, so I have certain different mechanism or different way of manufacturing that product, where it is not that much control, wherein Punjab, I have a different way of achieving a manufacturing license, where there are certain policies which have to be adhered to. So these are the few of the challenges what we receive online from our members. And now I stop it here and I request. That is what I'm telling. So now we would like to have a presentation from Mr. Goel. Sir, can you come over the dais and we can run the presentation?
Good evening, everybody. Dignity is sitting on a desk, off the desk. सबसे पहले मैं फार्मास्यूटिकल को दवाई देना चाहता हूं कि इस टाइप का फंक्शन चिंतन शिविर रखा। मैं भी ऑफिस में बैठता हूं, जो जब से शेड्यूल चल रहा है, रिस्क बेस्ड इंस्पेक्शन चल रही है, और जिससे जब से पीजी वाला सिस्टम शुरू हुआ है, हमें भी अच्छा नहीं लगता कि स्टॉप प्रोडक्शन होगी और कोई आता है कि कैंसिल कर, लाइसेंस खुद ही आते हैं कि ये लाइसेंस कैंसिल कर दो। हरियाणा इज अ स्टेट, पहले तो स्टॉप प्रोडक्शन हम मौके पे कोई भी लाइसेंस हमने किया नहीं, नो स्टॉप प्रोडक्शन एट द टाइम ऑफ इंस्पेक्शन। उसको मौका दिया जाता है, शॉक नोटिस दिया जाता है, उसके बाद कंप्लायंस पूरी नहीं कर पाता, उसके बाद सोचा जाता है कि क्या एक्शन ले लेना है। ये शेड्यूल की वजह से जो हुआ बना हुआ है आपस में है, तो हुआ क्योंकि नॉलेज बहुत चाहिए, इसके लिए पैसा भी चाहिए। कुछ 15-20-10 मिनट की मेरी साइड बनाई है, लेट इट बीट भी आपको थोड़ा उसका फायदा हो। शेड्यूल के बहुत ज्यादा पेजेस हैं, जैसे गुप्ता जी ने बताया कि हम पढ़ते नहीं, सबको कॉपियां भी दी हैं शेड्यूल की, 2 पेज 3 पेज तो भी नहीं पढ़ते। आप पढ़ना शुरू करेंगे शेड्यूल, आपके आप ये आंसर मिल जाएगा। बिना, कई चीजें ऐसी हैं बिना पैसे भी हो सकती है। लेट इट बी, कुछ स्लाइड्स हैं, आपको तो आइडिया लगेगा ये वेयर आई एम स्टैंड, कि अगले नेक्स्ट मंथ से शुरू होने वाला शेड्यूल जब तक एक्सटेंशन नहीं आती। नेक्स्ट वाला हो जाएगा। As you know, 1st January 2026. Next. fuel M not applicable to Ayurvedic products, homeopathic products, cosmetic, food product and medical devices. मेरे पास कई क्वेश्चन आते हैं ऑफिस में ही, सर ये फ्यूल लैम्प मेडिकल डिवाइसेस पे भी लगेगा, सब कुछ एक्ट में है, तो बेसिक आपको क्लियर रहना चाहिए फ्यूल लैम्प किसके पे लगेगा. ओनली फॉर एलोपैथिक ड्रग्स. नेक्स्ट. ये शायद किसी को भी नहीं पता होगा लाइन. SLA directions are now not applicable. पहले SLA की कोई पावर थी for disinfectants, oxygen capsules, repacking. ये पावर नए एक्ट में, नए फ्यूल लाइन में ये पावर में पेज है ही नहीं. तो जो लोग इसमें डील करते हैं इन चीजों में, इनको एज पर अदरवाइज फ्यूल लाइन भी काम करना पड़ेगा. जिसमें पुराने जो शेड्यूल में उसमें SLA को डायरेक्शन थी कि कुछ कमियां, कुछ मशीनें, कुछ HU कम कर सके, लेकिन अब एज पर न्यू फ्यूल लैम्प इसमें ये पावर SLA की नहीं है. As you know, fuel lamp is divided into 20 parts. कुछ पार्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट्स मैंने कुछ 10-12 उनके एक 2 पॉइंट्स जो इंपॉर्टेंट है जो आप कर सकते हैं वो बनाए हैं. PQS सिस्टम मिशन है फ्यूल लैम्प का कि अच्छी दवाई बनाए, इसलिए ऑल पर्सन है रिस्पॉन्सिबल. जो भी इस दवाई में हिस्सेदार है बनाने में, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग केमिस्ट जो भी इसमें दवाई है ये है, उसके ऑल आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल. दैट इज PQS. नेक्स्ट. Complaints. One person should be responsible. जो पूरी कंप्लेंट देखेगा फैक्ट्री में, वो कंप्लेंट्स जो भी आपकी कंप्लेंट्स आएंगी वो SLA को भी बताएंगे क्या कंप्लेंट हुई है मेरी, मैंने उसको कैसे ठीक किया, ऑर्डर किया, और प्रॉपर SOP होगा कि मैंने करना कैसे कंप्लेंट को. नेक्स्ट. प्रोडक्ट रिकॉल. जो दवाई आपकी खराब हो जाती है मार्केट में, आपको पता लगता है ये दवाई मेरी ठीक नहीं है, अब फ्यूल लैब में प्रोविजन है, पहले नहीं था. इसमें एक कमेटी बनाएगी मैनेजमेंट, उस कमेटी कौन कौन मेंबर होंगे. रिकॉल होने के बाद आपने इसको बताना है SLA को. जो प्रोडक्ट आता है वापस कैसे रखना है फैक्ट्री में विद सिक्योर एरिया, और प्रॉपर SOP के साथ इसका डिस्प्ले जो भी आपने करना है. ये प्रोविजन पहले फ्यूल लैब में नहीं था. एक वर्ड है कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. जस्ट लाइक लो लाइसेंस में सेम एक्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी सारी लोली फर्म की रहेगी. वेल इंस्पेक्शन पहले भी था, थोड़ा रिवाइज में इसको तो एडवाइस बड़ा थोड़ा ब्रॉड की है। वंस एन ईयर आपने खुद इंस्पेक्शन करनी है आपकी फैक्ट्री की, और इसमें टीम बनेगी फैक्ट्री के मैनेजमेंट के ऑफिसर, क्यूए मैन्युफैक्चरिंग केमिस्ट, क्यूए केमिस्ट, और जो भी ऑडिट करेंगे और उसको कापा करेंगे इसका, और उसकी रिपोर्ट मेंटेन करके उस रखेंगे। ऑल द शुड बी एज पर एसओपी। पर्सनल, ये सबसे टफ काम है। डॉक्यूमेंटेशन आ गई तो आपको नंबर ऑफ क्यूए पर्सन्स बढ़ाने पड़ेंगे एज पर योर रिक्वायरमेंट। दे शुड बी वेल ट्रेन्ड, उनके ट्रेनिंग रिकॉर्ड होना चाहिए, कंटिन्यूस उनकी ट्रेनिंग होनी चाहिए, चार्ट बनना चाहिए। चार्ट जो होगा इट शुड बी डिस्प्ले, उसमें ड्यूटीज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज वेल डिफाइन होंगी। All the batches of the drugs should preferably by the QA for the release of drugs. ये रहेगा। सोरे एरिया न्यूनल फ्लो, वर्ड आ गया न्यूनल फ्लो, जो रॉ मटेरियल से बनने से पहले बाद लास्ट तक, पहले पैकिंग मटेरियल तक, फिनिश गुड्स तक, कैसे एक सिस्टमेटिक मोड में जाना चाहिए, ये एक्ट में लिखा हुआ है। जो अदर ड्रग्स हैं, एनडीपीएस कर दें या डेट भी अंडर लोकल की रहेंगी। प्रोडक्शन एरिया टू अवॉइड कमेंडेशन नहीं होने चाहिए, अवॉइड होने चाहिए। अब उसमें वर्ड है नॉन फार्मा प्रोडक्ट्स। अब ये तो डिबेट वाला क्वेश्चन आ गया। 18 में हमने लिखना है कि नॉन फार्मा प्रोडक्ट विद कंट्रोल डेडिनेशन कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आगे कहीं लिखा हुआ है नो फार्मा प्रोडक्ट बन नहीं सकता फैक्ट्री में। डिबेट है इसके, ये अभी जिससे भी कर रहा है कि विटामिन क्या हम मिटा सकते हैं फैक्ट्री में, नहीं मिटा सकते। ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट वर्ड है, वर्किंग इन कैंपेन बेसिस। आपके पास एक कोई सेक्शन है, आप उसको कन्वर्ट करके कुछ और बनाना चाहते हैं, दैट इज अलाउड बट विद प्रॉपर वैलिडेशन। इक्विपमेंट मतलब जो भी इक्विपमेंट है अगर डिफेक्टेड है, दैट शुड बी आउटसाइड द प्रीमिसेस। और जो भी नॉन डेटिडेटेड इक्विपमेंट है, अगर वो कंट्रोल एरिया में जाएगा, दैट शुड बी वैलिडेटेड प्रोसेस होगा, तब कंटेन एरिया में जा सकता है। मटेरियल, जो रॉ मटेरियल जो वर्कर्स हैं वही आ गया, टेक्निकल पर्सन होना चाहिए जो उसको डील करता है, परचेज और रॉ मटेरियल्स। स्टार्टिंग मटेरियल एक्ट बोल रहा है कि प्रेफरेबली फ्रॉम द अप्रूव्ड डीलर्स। रॉ मटेरियल अदर देन एपीआई, ये भी इम्पोर्टेंट है। other than API, raw material can be released without testing only after the validation, जो कि पहले पुराने एक्ट में नहीं था. Reference standards Act clearly states that जो रेफरेंस स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं आपने लेना है फ्रॉम आईपीसी ओनली, और सेकेंडरी जो रेफरेंस स्टैंडर्ड हैं इन हाउस जो इसके बाद बनते हैं, दैट विल आल्सो बी वैलिडेटेड टाइम टू टाइम. ऑल द ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, जिसमें ही बहुत पैसा लगता है. आइडेंटिटी एयरलॉक सिस्टम, एयरलॉक सिस्टम वेरी कॉस्टली सिस्टम. हमें लगता है 2-3 दरवाजे हैं ना, इसमें ही पैसा लग जाता है, जान लग जाती है, जो कि पहले नहीं था. परफेक्ट डिस्टेंस, एक लॉक से दूसरे लॉक में और आगे प्रोडक्शन एरिया क्लीन रूम में जाता है आदमी, परफेक्ट डिस्टेंस होना चाहिए विद अलार्म सिस्टम, विद इंटरडॉक्टिंग सिस्टम. तो यहाँ ये वर्ड है थर्ड, नॉन मेडिसिनल प्रोडक्ट should not be manufactured in the production area where drugs are manufactured. Unauthorized person cannot enter the production area. ये भी आपने सोचना है कैसे लॉक एंड की या कैसे इसको कार्ड से थ्रू एंट्री होगी. ये रीजन ये है. Independent control, quality control production and production area. Next point is retention sample. अभी यार रिटेंशन सैंपल एक्सपायरी के कितने दिन तक रखते हैं आप बत अब हो गया 1 साल, नहीं 1 year, 3 months था, now it is 1 year. वो आप जो बोल रहे हैं वो रिटेंशन सैंपल था फॉर रॉ मेटल्स, 1 साल का था. आप रखते होंगे, एक्ट में 3 months था आफ्टर एक्सपायरी, नाउ इट इज 1 year. हाँ जी, 1 year है सर. नेक्स्ट, कुछ टैबलेट कैप्सूल के जो पॉइंट्स हैं. यूज ऑफ मेटल डिटेक्टर is recommended. Use of metal detector pressure difference, एक कमरे का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एरिया का और दूसरे एरिया का कॉम्प्यूटर्स का डिफरेंट मेंटेन आपने करना है. प्रेशर डिफरेंस. कॉरिडोर शुड बी एट हायर प्रेशर. जहाँ गोलियां बनती हैं उसको जो कॉरिडोर है उसका प्रेशर हायर होगा. डायनेमिक पास बॉक्स या passive pass log is required wherever is there. Material entry and man entry should be separate. AHU with HEPA filters. जैसे हम पहले जब HU की इंस्पेक्शन होती थी, HU is with HEPA mandatory था. Now in all lamp tablet capsule जो भी है, HEPA is required. Not in secondary area, packing area. Liquid oral, इसमें सबसे कम चेंजेस हैं, लेकिन सबसे टफ यही है लिक्विड ऑरल्स जो पीजी से हुआ है. your use of closed system for transfer of any material, double air dock facility, flag catches, and purified water to be monitored for mockability count. Mostly मैन्युफैक्चर का क्वेश्चन आता है कि मैक्रोबरी लैब की क्या जरूरत है हमें टेस्टिंग, तो यहाँ वाटर और एरिया मेंटेनेंस के लिए जो माइक्रोवेव काउंट चाहिए वहाँ माइक्रोवेव लैब इज मैंडेटरी. इसका मतलब where that is manufactured, microberry lab is required. Last slide है major changes क्या क्या हैं. माइक्रोबरी लैब्स जो मैं एक्सपीरियंस करता हूँ फैक्ट्री में देखता हूँ जो कोई आरबीआई की इंस्पेक्शन होती है, मेजर चीजें क्या मिलती हैं. माइक्रोबरी लैब्स, वाटर सिस्टम, लूप सिस्टम, HU with proper HEPA, quality control department with all the equipment, SPLC, ARIA, IR, distribution, जो भी complete quality control चलाने के लिए चाहिए. Reference standards of all the materials, validated systems, manufacturing and testing, strong documentation. फिर डॉक्यूमेंट स्ट्रॉन्ग तभी होगा आपके टेक्निकल पर्सन अच्छे होंगे तो नंबर ऑफ टेक्निकल पर्सन ज्यादा होंगे, यहाँ से डॉक्यूमेंटेशन बढ़ेगा. स्ट्रॉन्ग QA एंड QC टैब्स स्ट्रॉन्ग. ये मेजर चेंजेस मैंने जो ड्यूरिंग माई आरबीआई इंस्पेक्शन जो मैं देखता हूँ, these are major changes जो रिवाइज में चाहिए. थैंक यू वेरी मच. कुछ
Thank you very much, sir. Now we have a very short span of time available, but we'll try to conclude it. Now open the panel for addressal of the questions being asked here. Anyone can take the lead from here, sir. So,
चलिए हाँ, पहले तो मैं आई एम थैंकफुल टू फार्मएक्सेल एंड टीम टू वी हैव दिस वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट चिंतन शिविर जो आज का ये टॉपिक रहा है. और मैं आई वाज जस्ट ऑब्जर्विंग द मोमेंट आई एंटर्ड दिस हॉल कि डिफरेंट टॉपिक्स वर देयर. हम थोड़ा लास्ट में पहुंचे बट सारा टेक्निकल पार्ट और सेशंस आप लोग कर चुके हैं मीन्स. और मैं चाहता हूं कि थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्टिव सेशन अगर 5-10 मिनट में हो जिसमें प्रैक्टिकली जैसे चैलेंजेस आपने बताए तो मैं थोड़ा सा उसमें पॉइंट आउट अब करना चाहूँगा, अपनी तरफ से फीडबैक देना चाहूँगा. रादर राजेश जी ने एक एग्जांपल दिया लास्ट में गार्डनर का कि फ्लावर को लेट इट ग्रो ऑफ इट्स ओन और उसको कैसे नरिश करना है ताकि फोर्सफुल ना हो. उसके बाद हरियाणा से शर्मा जी ने कहा अबाउट आरबीआई इंस्पेक्शंस 3 दिन चलती हैं एंड ही रेज सम कंसर्न्स अबाउट दोज इंस्पेक्शंस कि अगर इस तरह की डायरेक्शंस के साथ मोटिव के साथ आ रहे हैं कि स्टॉप करना है तो फिर 3 दिन भी क्यों लगाए जाएं। एंड देन इशू वाज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू फूड एंड ड्रग, साथ बनाए दिए जाने चाहिए। और उसके बाद निपुण जी ने भी कुछ इश्यूज इस तरह से क्रिटिकल क्यों उसको करार दे दिया गया अगर वो बिल्कुल माइनर बेंच उसको लेके था, तो हैंड होल्डिंग की अप्रोच उन्होंने रेगुलेटर से एक रिक्वेस्ट किया। और लास्टली आई हर्ड जोशी साहब ने कहा अबाउट द ONDLS पोर्टल इश्यूज जो आ रहे हैं। सो मैं समझता हूँ कि ऑल दीज आर द चैलेंजेस विच आर ऑन गोइंग एंड मेन हमारा जो चिंतन आज है रिवाइज शेड्यूल एम को लेके, तो सबसे पहले रिवाइज्ड शेड्यूल एम को लेके रिस्क बेस्ड इंस्पेक्शंस पे मैं बात करूंगा। और मेरा एज अ रेगुलेटर बाद में और एज अ पर्सनल ओपिनियन जब मैं इस चीज़ को देखता हूं तो डेफिनेटली मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि यस आई हैव वेल टेकन दिस पॉइंट। और मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाहूँगा कि आज से 3 दिन पहले ही वी हैड एन इंटरेक्शन अ स्पेशल मीटिंग विद DCGI फॉर हिमाचल प्रदेश वेयर आई पुट दिस ओपिनियन कि ये जो रिस्क बेस्ड इंस्पेक्शंस चल रही हैं it is for betterment definitely, and we all want one thing, quality medicines. As you said as a stakeholder that no manufacturer would like कि उसकी दवाई fail हो, and same is the responsibility of a regulator कि उसके एरिया में कोई सैंपल फेल ना हो, क्वालिटी इश्यूज ना आए, कोई एडवर्स रिएक्शन ना आए। तो डेफिनेटली मैंने अपना ये ओपिनियन 2 पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से रखा कि एक तो इसको वी नीड टू रिव्यू इट। CDSO से चंद्रशेखर जी भी यहाँ हैं, मैं पर बताना चाहूँगा कि मैंने ओपनली ट्रांसपेरेंटली कहा है कि वी नीड टू रिव्यू दिस शेड्यूल बिकॉज जो 3 दिन का जो इंस्पेक्शन शेड्यूल है विद सच अ लॉन्ग चेकलिस्ट, क्योंकि बीच में एक डायरेक्शन हुई थी कि हिमाचल और अदर स्टेट्स अपने लेवल पे भी इस तरह की इंस्पेक्शंस करें, तो हमने शेड्यूल की हैं इसकी इस तरह की इंस्पेक्शंस अपने लेवल पे टू असेस द रिवाइज शेड्यूल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन। और उसमें मैं बताऊं हमारे इंस्पेक्टर्स ने काम किया है एंड दे हैव ट्राइड टू मेक अ ड्राफ्ट कि जो कंपनी बेस जो है वो टाइम ले। वाई 3 डेज? अगर किसी कंपनी के पास 1 या 2 ही सेक्शंस हैं तब भी 3 दिन क्यों लगें, और किसी के पास बहुत ज्यादा सेक्शन है तो तब भी समझ आता है कि वो 1 नहीं तो 1.5 दिन लगे। इट शुड बी एन इफेक्टिव, इट शुड नॉट बी हम समझ रहे हैं इसको कि एक चेकलिस्ट को भरना है, ये दिखाओ वो दिखाओ, वो तो कोई भी कर सकता है। मैं इंस्पेक्टर को ना भेजूं तब भी कोई जाके उस चीज को कर सकता है। और उससे क्या है कि एक बात समझ में आती है कि ये ऑडिटर्स के बारे में एक पॉइंट अभी पिछले एक स्पीकर ने कहा था कि ऑडिटर्स भी इरिटेट हो जाते हैं कुछ चीजों से। तो ऑडिटर्स इरिटेट एक तो आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन से हो सकते हैं और दूसरा एक ओवर बर्डन जो है, और रेगुलेटरी बर्डन भी जो है एक चैलेंज है आज की डेट में इंस्पेक्टर्स लेवल पे। और उस चीज के लिए मेरा अपना एक ओपन एक्सप्रेशन था DCGI साहब को भी कि ये जो प्रेजेंट ट्रेंड है we will like to review this, and I have made a request to him कि why it is a surprise inspection. I am of the opinion कि हर एक जो inspection है it should not be a surprise inspection कि at the 11th hour आप के यहाँ पे regulators हम टीम आ जाते हैं और कहते हैं कि ठीक है आज आपकी RBI and it is unannounced. So basically international level पे भी आप देखें, so unannounced inspections are required only in critical cases where you know that the manipulators are doing blunders and you have some complaints. In that cases definitely that are not to be disclosed, but otherwise I would like that such inspection should be announced inspections. So regulatory burden 2 तरीके से काम हो सकता है कि अगर मैं एज अ रेगुलेटर मेरा इंस्पेक्टर आपको बता देता है कि आई एम कमिंग टू योर यूनिट ऑन 25th, एंड सेकेंडली सेल्फ अप्रेजर। अभी रिवाइज शेड्यूल हम बात कर रहे हैं कि सेल्फ ऑडिटिंग होनी चाहिए, हर महीने होनी चाहिए, हर साल में सॉरी एक बार सेल्फ ऑडिट होना चाहिए। तो सेल्फ अप्रेजल मेरे पास अगर चेकलिस्ट है, आई एज अ रेगुलेटर वुड लाइक कि मैं आपको शेयर कर दूं कि दिस इज माय चेकलिस्ट एंड आई विल बी कमिंग ऑन 29th, यू गो थ्रू इट एंड डू व्हाटएवर यू कैन डू सो दैट रेगुलेटरी बर्डन कम होगा। why I should mark 29 critical, 67 major, why? And then the situation comes where a regulator has to write a suggestion that this unit should be put into stop manufacturing, और वो 10-15 दिन की नोटिस देने पे वो नहीं होता है काम। उसमें you need hand holding approach, but law does not provide that option कि आपको उस टाइम में हैंड होल्डिंग अप्रोच दे दें कि चलो 15 दिन के और महीना लग जाए कोई बात नहीं। वहां पे रेगुलेटर इज एट अ फिक्स। सो डेफिनेटली we would like to review it, and अभी चंद्रशेखर जी के द्वारा मैं दोबारा से ये चीज दोबारा पहुंचाना चाहूंगा that yes, as a teamwork we have to work, and practically we want to ensure that yes, there should be quality inspections, effective inspections rather, not time consuming, because time is the biggest constraint for you also and for the regulators also. And then the third challenge जो मैं आपको आपके एरिया में भी अपने रेगुलेटरी एरिया में भी एक्सप्रेस करना चाहता हूँ, we need to have चिंतन on that. And what is that? That is another T, that is the teamwork. We are lacking teamwork. मैं इसको openly कहना चाहता हूँ, within the regulators also and within the stakeholders. इंटर तो हमारा एक बैरियर है कि आई एम अ रेगुलेटर, यू आर अ स्टेक होल्डर, बट विद इन आवर सेल्स अगर अच्छा टीम वर्क जो है हमारा रहेगा, सो डेफिनेटली वो लैग पुलिंग और ये कि इसकी कंप्लेंट कर दी, उसकी इंस्पेक्शन करवा दी, तो उस चीज से वी आर वेस्टिंग टाइम. वी नीड टू हैव अ कॉर्डियल एनवायरनमेंट, harmony with each other and amongst ourselves. A good team is required. That is what revised schedule M also expects from a regulator to enforce it, and from the stakeholders that they should adopt this. एंड जोशी जी ने कहा था ONDLS पोर्टल, बिकॉज अभी टाइम की अगेन दोबारा बात हो रही है और अभी भी टाइम कम है, सो आई वुड लाइक टू क्लोज. तो टाइम इज इंपॉर्टेंट, उसी के लिए जो है ये पोर्टल लाया जा रहा है, ONDLS पोर्टल. वी आर नॉट अगेंस्ट इट, एंड आई बिलीव दैट यू विल ऑल्सो बी नॉट अगेंस्ट इट, बट द challenges exist and we practically agree that. And Himachal had a special meeting with the CDSO people, and we said that इस पोर्टल को और स्ट्रेंथन और प्रॉपर करने के लिए, इसको यूजर फ्रेंडली बनाने के लिए अभी बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत की जरूरत है. एंड इफ इट बिकम्स, एंड डेफिनेटली वी ऑल वुड लाइक टू सिट इन दैट बस एंड ड्राइव सेफली फॉर टाइम बाउंड एप्लीकेशंस एंड एवरीथिंग जो आपका डिले हो रहा है वो ना हो. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स. एंड फूड एंड ड्रग्स का एक लास्टली न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल्स का जो पॉइंट था, आई थिंक अगेन इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ लॉ कम्स, एज ललित जी सेड कि tools are existing and we have to get interpretation. So I think as a licensing authority, मैं अगर इसको देखता हूँ, so vitamins की जहाँ बात होती है, so definitely international level पे I agree कि वो vitamins nutraceutical जो हैं वो same facility में बनते हैं. And to my knowledge, there is some litigation also going on this. So would not like to comment on this much, but definitely this is a valid point and needs a review. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kapoor. आपने बहुत बढ़िया बात करी है. Now I'd request Shri Sanjeev Garg ji to have few words from him.
चीजें रेपिटेशन ही होंगी. अब मनीष कपूर जी ने काफी कुछ बता दिया, तो इसमें जो ऐड ऑन करना चाहूंगा, हमारी पीछे 14 नवंबर को सारे ड्रग मैन्युफैक्चरर्स की मीटिंग हुई थी विद अवर ऑनरेबल हेल्थ मिनिस्टर सर. तो जो ये इशू था आपका एक्सटेंशन वाला और जो ये टर्नओवर वाला है, जैसे 250 करोड़ के नीचे और 250 करोड़ से ऊपर, तो our honorable health minister sir has written a DO letter to the honorable health minister Shri JP Nadda ji for extending the time limit and this to look into the turnover clause. So Punjab has proposed turnover of manufacturers having up to 10 crores and extension of this implementation of this revised tool M. And second, as Gupta ji was requesting that there should be some hand holding or these training programs for these technical staff. So it's very good suggestion and it is implementable also. So we can arrange this such type of workshops rather in Punjab, Haryana and Himachal together. We can arrange such training programs and it's going to benefit all of us, even like Namit ji raised, their training is required for that officers also. So when we interact with each other, the things which are expected from our department and which we expect from you or the revised rule expect from you, ये जो थोड़ी gap है, that can be reduced. So definitely we take away from this Chintan Shivir. We can arrange training programs for the technical staff and this other thing, this the stop production orders or this thing, everybody is worried and and matter is well taken off by the CDSE also. So the main concern is that ultimately goal of this revised rule or the inspections is that what happened in this Chhindwara, so that should not happen, or the earlier 3 years back, which in the international market our products, the deaths which occurred. So because of that reason, the matter becomes quite serious. Earlier, otherwise, things were going very well. Our associations were strong and they were pleading their cases very well with the central government. But in between this bad incident of this MP came and that reversed everything. So on the behalf of FDA Punjab, our 3-4 हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरर्स भी पंजाब से आए हुए हैं, वोक्स केयर से हैं, सोनी साहब बैठे हैं, मुंजाल साहब जैसे जोशी जी ने बोला हमारे पंजाब के मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं. So we try our level best to address the issues, and in future also will continue to do the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, finally, I hand over to Shekhar Garu for some conclusive remarks.
So, thank you, Namit ji. And coming to the various points raised by all the different state associations and also some of our colleagues from the states, I would like to take up each issue one by one. So first, regarding a common issue which I can see from all sides is the revised Schedule M implementation. So basically, we are living in a global village. For example, when a drug is manufactured, formulation is manufactured in India, the API is imported from some other country. The excipient is imported from some other country. And more than 50% of the formulations manufactured in India, so they are being exported to another country. So there should be a regulatory system which should be acceptable to all. So we expect that the quality of APIs we receive are good quality. And our customers in other countries expect the formulation that we supply is of good quality. The problem here is that we in India, so we are not aligned with the international requirements, standards and requirements. That was because historically we had a large population and our GDP and the per capita income is less. So we have to provide medicines at very, very low cost. So that's why historically it was a practice that how we can reduce the cost without compromising the quality. So internationally, other countries have upgraded their requirement standards long time back, maybe 15-20 years back, but we have not done so. So there's a large gap between international practice and the GMP practice in India. So if we don't catch up to the international practices, so we have a lot to lose because we are also exporting more than almost 55% of our industry is dependent on exports. For example, I will take a case of Vietnam. So Vietnam has become a member of the PICS and it has stated that I will purchase only from the PICS member countries. And Vietnam imports almost more than 1,000 crores from India. So if actually, they are in the process of implementation, not yet fully implemented, but they have started they have started. So if we don't try to upgrade ourselves and living in a world of ourselves, so मेंढक कुएं में बात होती है, तो मेंढक है कुएं में वो अपना यही संसार सोचती है, तो हम भी ऐसा सोचते रहेंगे तो दुनिया और आगे बढ़ जाएगा और हम कहीं का नहीं होंगे. We will lose the international market. That is one. The second thing is निपुण जी ने अभी प्रेजेंटेशन में बताया, more than 750 units in India are FDA approved. So as a patient, I would like my drug also manufactured in one of these units. But I'm sure none of these units market the products manufactured in these units in the country. So they are exclusively meant for export only. But as an Indian citizen, why I'm not entitled? Even though marginally थोड़ा ज़्यादा पैसा लगेगा तो ठीक है, but I should have the option. Only if I go to US or Europe, then I will able to purchase. My children are in US, so whenever I go, when we purchase medicines, I can see Reddy Labs, I can see Aurobindo, I can see Sun Pharma. Same drugs and the same the same quality drugs which are manufactured in the that same unit are not available in India. They are different units. Why we should have two category of units, one for export and one for domestic units? I mean, this is a perspective I'm placing before you. So the point is, we should align ourselves to the international practice, best practices, the international standards. So it is for sure, this revised schedule is here for forever. मतलब ये तो होगा ही होगा. It is a matter of only time, because when the draft was issued in 2018, so at that time the industry had same concerns कि ये कैसा करेंगे, बंद हो जाएंगे ऐसा करके. So not until 23, because the government has taken the concerns of the industry very seriously. So till 5 years they have postponed. In 2023, government has decided कि इसको implement करना है because of some incidents that have happened. So it has given 1 year. So 1 year में there was a request from the industry और 1 year चाहिए. We made a condition. So everyone wanted to know how many units are there in the country. तो हमारे पास ऐसा कोई statistics नहीं है कि कितना unit है, कितना comply कर रहा है, कितना नहीं कर रहे हैं. Because जितने भी export का number हम बोल रहे हैं, they should be all more than the revised schedule requirements meet करते होंगे. तो उसका भी हमारे पास कोई statistics नहीं है. So what we have done is that we have created an online process कि whoever want extension आप बताइए. As per the figure of the various government departments and the states, we have about 8,000 units. So out of the 8,000 units, more than 250 crores ke hai, they have this revised schedule has become applicable in June of last year. So baki ka bache hai. Out of that, we have received about 1,400 applications only, seeking time for extension. तो अभी बाकी के जितने भी यूनिट्स होंगे 2,000 या 3,500, तो इनका we don't know whether they wanted to continue or they don't want to continue, or they have already complied. ये भी हो सकता है कि they are already complied and don't want extension. But वो वाला चीज तो नहीं लगता है कि they are already complied करके, because seeing the responses from the industry associations and in the real situation. So out of these units, many units are मतलब आगे भी नहीं आए कि टाइम भी पूछने के लिए, because टाइम पूछ ले तो और 1 साल मिल जाता है. So time is, ये टाइम खत्म होने वाला है, and industry is seeking more time for various reasons. वो फिर बाद में बात करेंगे. So the issue of extension of time pertains to the government. So government has to take a call. So CDSCO will not be able to tell whether the extension hoga nahi hoga. At this point of time, there is no discussion is there, but we have received various representations from associations. So these representations we have sent to the ministry for consideration. तो अभी तो ministry के consideration में है अभी, वो देखा जाएगा. So because we are in the last month of the year, after 31st के बाद government क्या decision लेगा तो वो लेगा. So point is, revised scheduler will be there because certain categories could already apply ho gaya hai. And the matter with respect to application to rest of the units by this, I mean, will be there certainly for certain, kab hoga, wo to, that is the government decision hoga. मगर everyone has to be prepared. हमने कई बार बोला है कि revised schedule में when you upgrade, वो gap analysis of your present status and the revised schedule. तो उसमें कई चीज है, with respect to infrastructure है, with respect to equipment है, with respect to documentation, so बहुत सारे manpower, बहुत सारे चीज है. So equipment, for example, if I take equipment like machinery or even pass boxes, so the demand is so high, so the lead time, the supply time for this equipment is from 6 months to 1 year. तो पहले से plan नहीं करेंगे, तो it is not possible even to comply within a year. तो last time हमने देखा था, तो जब जून में कोई place कर रहे थे, so they, when the suppliers, vendors said that it will not be possible before next year, होगा ही नहीं. So point is, whoever would like to comply, so they have to do it immediately and do the gap analysis and plan accordingly. जिसमें ज़्यादा time लगता है, तो पहले उसको immediately वो steps लेना है. And one point that has come is regarding funding. So incidentally, there is a RPTUA scheme here, Technology Upgradation Assistance Scheme. So under the scheme, the Department of Pharma is awarding 2 crores as a reimbursement or subsidy. आप जितने भी खर्च करेंगे उसमें 20%, maximum of 20% और maximum of 2 crores, तो वो मिलेगा. So incidentally, I'm the chairman of the technical committee. So I have myself approved about 180 applications. So totaling about 180 to 200 crores तक तो हमने approve किया ही है. And about say 60 applications are still yet to be reviewed. वो continuous अभी भी आ रहे हैं. नहीं, वो टाइम पीरियड का है ना. हाँ, वही बोल रहा हूँ. तो वो जो भी सैंक्शन है हमारा कमिटी करती है, तो फिर मे भी एग्जैक्ट वो फिगर वो होगा. तो मैं बोल रहा कि देयर आर मोर एप्लीकेशंस इन द पाइपलाइन, कंसिडरेशन में है अभी भी. सो आई मीन गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से वी कांट एक्सपेक्ट कि वो 100% रिइंबर्समेंट कर रही हो, तो होगा नहीं एनी गवर्नमेंट बिकॉज ऑफ इट्स ओन कॉन्स्टेंट्स. मगर कुछ ना कुछ कर रही है. एंड हूवर, मतलब नॉट एवरीवन इज कमिंग फॉरवर्ड. हमारे स्कीम में देयर इज नो restriction to the size of the company. Even biggest companies have come and the smallest companies have come. तो biggest company को आएगा तो फिर वो 2 करोड़ मिलेगा, जो कम खर्चा करेगा तो उसका proportionately मिलेगा. So almost 20-25 लाख से भी वो जो हमने अवार्ड किया है, क्योंकि उन्होंने उतना ही खर्च किया है. 2 करोड़ खर्च किया तो फिर सपोज 1 करोड़ का 1 करोड़ खर्च किया तो 20% is 20 lakhs मिलेगा. तो ऐसा भी वो एप्लीकेशंस आए थे. दे जस्ट वांट टू अपग्रेड देयर एचवैक सिस्टम. तो उसमें 1 करोड़ के अंदर हो गया तो 20 लाख हमने सैंक्शन कर दिया है, रिकमेंड कर दिया है. सो these schemes all the manufacturers can avail. Even today the window is open and it is not necessary कि वो पहले ही करना चाहिए. वो खत्म होने के बाद भी कर सकते हैं, प्रोवाइडेड आपने इस साल में किया होगा. आपने 2-3 साल के पहले किया होगा तो वो नहीं होगा. ये स्कीम लॉन्च होने के बाद जो भी खर्च किया होगा, all those companies can even apply now and avail this opportunity of at least 20% is something it will help. So another point is regarding the training part. So when in December 23, when this notification has come, so CDSCO has conducted training programs across the country. So some of our colleagues from the headquarters and the zones have conducted revised schedule and training programs for the industry as well as the regulators from the states and CDSCO. As per our statistics, more than 19,000 participants have attended these programs. But of course, any training program, because itna large industry hai hamare paas, and just attending may not be enough for training on this, because revised schedule itself is a big chapter. तो सारे इसमें एक दो दिन का वो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम से वो नहीं होगा. There is certainly a requirement of going into details. And there was a request for doing training programs state-wise, so that is also fine. So certainly I will take this to the DCG and the ministry for conducting more training programs and also making them more, say, robust. And there's one point regarding making continuous education with respect to the technical staff on the latest developments. This is also a very valid point, that in any professional practice, there is a requirement that every year or so, he should attend at least minimum hours on the latest development. And being in the pharma industry, so which deals with the medicines which are life-saving, so it is necessary that all the pharmacists, especially the manufacturing and analytical chemists who work in the industry, along with, of course, the dispensing chemists, they should attend these training programs. So I was also talking with the Skill Development Council of India, LSSIDC. So I also proposed that there should be a program, an online program, so wherein the technical persons can attend these programs and then take a test and get a certificate on the revised schedule M training. So this training program, so I have suggested that it should be designed more objectively rather than theoretically just hearing and then forgetting. So they were open to come, but only thing is because the LSSIDC is a autonomous body, it has to be paid. So that was the only issue. But they are working on that. Another point is regarding the export NOC. Export NOC, yes. So this export NOC, earlier it was quantity wise and country wise. So what we did in the last 1 year was that, so we made it, we removed that quantity wise restriction is there. So they can export any amount of, subject to their submission only. It is up to the applicant to mention what is the quantity that they can export in a year. They can do at their maximum with their visibility. And they need not come to CDSC for any additional NOC for a year. And there is a request, we have received a request that it should be extended to 3 years. So that is also under consideration. We just wanted to see how this, because this 1 year is coming, I mean, it's almost 1 year, I suppose. So it is being examined how this is working out. And if there are no issues found, certainly that will be extended to 2 years or 3 years, depending upon the outcome of the assessment. But the issue was regarding the drugs which are not approved in that country, of the importing country. So here some suggestions have come. CDSCO, because exports to Indian manufacturers exports to more than 200 countries. So which drug is banned in which country, we don't know. We don't have one list. So one suggestion was that, so we should prepare a comprehensive list and make them a negative list sort of thing. So obtain the information from all the countries that these drugs are banned within the country and make a negative list, so that those drugs are, we don't give permission to those drugs. but give permission to other drugs. So this is also, I will take up with the CDS, with the DCG and the ministry, and we will see how this can be addressed so that our manufacturers don't lose the market share. So one issue regarding PG, propylene glycol, is the pack size. So in India, the excipient, if it is used in the manufacturing of a drug, being a component, it is also deemed to be a drug. But the issues with the excipient is that we manufacturing license or import license for such excipient, because propylene glycol, for example, it is used in cough syrups, so it is deemed to be a drug. But the same propylene glycol is used in also other industries, say foods or paints or any other industry. As we don't insist upon a license, the manufacturer is not in a position to know whether this particular propylene glycol is meant for pharma use or not in a pharma use. So this issue of the revised Schedule M, wherein the vendor validation would come into play. So there are companies which have taken manufacturing license to manufacture propylene glycol in the IP with IP specifications. There are also companies which are manufacturing without license, but at the same time they are complying with the IP specifications. So how the manufacturer can identify? So that is why the issue of vendor validation will come, and there should be a robust document, internal document, how to identify your vendor and validate its quality. So to help the industry to identify the right manufacturer, or maybe who is manufacturing the pharma grade, so we have built a system on the ONDLS so that the manufacturers will upload the certificate of analysis COAs on the ONDLS system, so that manufacturer can see. So these are the companies which are manufacturing the propylene glycol, and also they can see the COA, and they can be assured that they are meeting the specification. Of course, they are, when they procure the propylene glycol, so they are expected to test them. That there is no there is no exemption from that one. At the same time, the propylene glycol, DEG, EG, they have been made mandatory in the IP. So these measures that we have taken, so the incidents which you have seen recently, they will not recur. And one suggestion we have received is regarding the restricting the pack size to 50 liters or 50 kgs, so that even the small manufacturers can purchase a sealed container. So that's also a very valid suggestion and practicable. So we'll also take it up with the concerned manufacturers, so that we also see whether this can be made part of the Schedule P1. We have Schedule P1 where it prescribes the pack size. So if we can make it part of the P1, then it becomes mandatory for all the manufacturers, importers to pack in the specified pack sizes, say 50 liters, 100 liters or 200 liters, so that small manufacturers can purchase the sealed containers. So coming to the RBI inspections, so the quality of inspections, so I have taken note of this. So some Nipunji, I think, he has said, so minor are critical. So some observations, so they become minor or critical based on the impact of that observation on the quality of the product. So if there is a cross contamination between a if a company is having two sections, say oncology section and a general section, if there is a cross contamination because of lack of, I mean, if the HVAC system is not functioning properly between the oncology section and the general section, then that can be treated as a critical. When there is a cross contamination between, say, the same category of drugs in the same general section. So it depends upon the situation that a observation will become minor or major. So that we can't generalize now, but certainly this also will take it up. So while preparing the checklist, so we have made, I mean, the observations, the checklist content is such like that it can be classified whether it is critical, major or minor. So I think the issue regarding the minor critical, that is addressed in the checklist itself. If any deviation is there from the practice that is mentioned in the checklist, then certainly we'll take it up, and you can also bring to our notice. And coming to the nutraceuticals, so regarding nutraceuticals, so the previous Schedule M has some exemptions, because whichever units that were functional before the implementation of the previous Schedule M, so they can manufacture such products in the same facility. But this Schedule M does not have that leverage. There have been representations to the CDSCO, and CDSCO constituted a committee. So the committee, I'm also part of the committee. So we have concluded the discussions. We shortly will give a report to the DCGI. There is also, the matter is also sub judice, but we should not withhold it for that reason. We will present the report of the committee to the DCG and the ministry, and probably a decision will be taken with regard to this, because once this reverse Schedule M will become will be implemented, then this issue also will become important. And coming to the various issues regarding the Sugam portal or any ONDLS portal or any other portal of the CDSCO. So as far as Sugam portal is concerned, it has been operating since 2015, and by and large, all the processes have become stabilized. We don't generally observe any issues with Sugam portal, but as and when any issue is brought to our notice, certainly our team is there. So we have a team of 6-7 IT engineers who are sitting in our office only, and our development team is there in CDAC Noida, which also addresses these issues as quickly as possible. And there is a procedure for raising a ticket. Once a ticket is raised, until unless that is not resolved, then that will remain live, and it will reflect on the system. So all these issues will be resolved. And if any even that does not work, you can approach me, because I'm also heading this IT cell at CDSCO. And there was a comment on with regards to harmonized licensing and then policies among the states. So our act and rules are common throughout the country. So the requirements, so naturally, are common, but there might be some variations here and there because of the interpretation or because of the local, the states, local requirements. But wherever, if you see any glaring differences between some state is asking more, some state is asking less. So that issues, we have a drugs consultative committee. So where we will take up these issues and try to harmonize the practices throughout the country for uniform implementation. So ultimately, India as a country is a unit. So from the point of a state will be unit, but if you are looking from the country will be a unit. And when we are talking about country, we have to say that whichever drug that is manufactured in any state will be of the required quality, we will be meeting the specifications. So any issues, any specific issues, please bring to our notice any specific issues that this issue varying from state to state, or which is a matter of concern to the industry. We'll certainly take it up with the DCC and also with the concerned state if it is not in line. So otherwise, there should not be any other issue. So I think these are the major issues that have been raised in this meeting. So what I request Namesh ji is that, so of course, I have tried to reply and I will take it up myself, but at the same time, to make a minutes of this meeting and also circulate them to our CDSO and also our ministry, so that the questions raised will not subside here itself. So they should end in a logical conclusion. And probably maybe next year, if you do one more Chintan Shivir, by that time, some of these issues should have been resolved, if not all. So, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So it's not the only Chintan Shivir this year. We are trying to conduct similar Chintan Shivers in every region. So there are at least 3 more lined up. One in south, one is west, and we are also thinking to take it to the east part, which has been neglected for quite some time. So we'll come back to you time and again for seeking your support. I think I cannot miss on the last speaker on the dais, Professor Gopal, Dr. Gopal, in terms of, I heard someone seeking some interference from NIPER also. So if he would have heard the request, then I would like him to put his own points and ideas behind how academia can contribute towards this side of our business.
Thank you. So first of all, I heard some issues about training, regulatory training and other aspects, like. So NIPER regularly conducts certain regulatory trainings on campus workshops and all. And I can also discuss what kind of additional trainings we can offer, because NIPER will become more like a neutral and academic background where people can freely come and have such kind of trainings if required. Besides that, I want to just put innovation, in perspective in today's discussion. I know we have done very well in terms of making generics, and we have really done a wonderful job in making drugs affordable, not only to country like us, but also worldwide. But if you look at in terms of business volume, I was hearing like India is contributing $30 billion of business annual turnover. On the other hand, our innovator molecule, which is Keytruda, which is a monoclonal antibody, has a turnover of $26 billion annual turnover. So think about it, thousands of industries working day and night in India and just creating a business of, let's say, 30 billion. On the other hand, we have one company making one molecule and doing a business of $26 billion. So this is a power of innovation where academia is, willing to work with you all, and with small baby steps, and maybe someday the way you have excelled in making generics, someday I hope in our lifetime we will be able to see India also doing wonderful in innovation, and we can do it. We have huge, immense expertise in country right now. We have a lot of infrastructure in academia and a will also to work together. So definitely it will make a difference. And last thing I want to tell you is about initiative that NIPER has taken recently. So we have started an industry academia collaboration in terms of taking joint PhD students, where PI is from NIPER and we have a co-PI from industry, so that we can work on some commonly identified problem, which we can try to solve during this program. And so the fellowship comes from NIPER, and a co-PI from industry and a PI from NIPA. So this is an arrangement where we can have a very meaningful and long-lasting, I will say, association with industry and also trust building, which can happen, and also knowledge sharing and a clear commitment towards solving certain problems that industry is facing. So with this, in case anybody wants to have more details on this program, we are ready to get back to you and reply to your queries. And we really wish and we really hope we do a lot of innovation now and make our pharmacy a very big industry, because I was hearing concerns about people that what we are doing, other countries can also supply, right? So we are doing Me Too kind of a business. So that is where this competition is also pushing you to make your prices so competitive that, because you're always feared about competition. But when we go into innovation, that fear is kind of taken away. So that is where the value comes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone on the dais, on the panel. I think we are heading towards the closing part of the session. Before we close, just a remark in Hindi, as Rajesh ji also started giving example. So, pharmaceutical industry के लिए remark है, एक शेर है, मुझे याद आ रहा है, तरस आता है समंदर की बेबसी पर, हजारों मील फैला है मगर बह नहीं सकता. आज की डेट में we are traveling in that zone, that we have potential, but we want to flow, and let's try to flow faster so that we reach every part of the world. Thank you, everyone.
Before we end, we request everyone right after that moment. I think we really deserve a big round of applause for all of us. Come on, can we have a big round of applause? And of course, before we dive into the next thing, I would like to request our dignitaries to please hand over the token of love, or you can say that the gestures we having for all of you, to please kindly come forward. Namit Joshi ji, to kindly hand over the token of love to R. Chandrasekhar ji. We request you to please, sir, kindly come forward. Can we have a big round of applause? Come on, everyone. Next, I request Dr. Rajesh Gupta ji to kindly please step forward and hand over to Dr. Manish Kapoor ji. Next, I would like to request Mr. Nipun Jain ji to please step forward and kindly hand over the memento to Mr. Lalit Goyal ji. Next, I request Amit Chawla ji. Okay, sir. We request Namit Joshi ji to please hand over the memento to Mr. Sanjeev Garg ji. That's one personal moment. That's why we are celebrating. Everyone, please at least give her a big round of applause. Let's complete it together. Next, I request Mr. Nipun ji to please hand over the memento to Dr. Krishna Gopal ji. Hanji. Okay, done. Sir. Done. I request Namit ji to please kindly come forward, because the rest they want you to please hand over the memento. So I request you to please hand over the memento to Come on, let's do this together. And we request you to, sir, to please stay back, and Dr. Rajesh Gupta ji ko. Please put your hands together. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request for vote of thanks Shri R.L. Sharma ji to kindly come forward and
Duggal ji, Amit Duggal sir. Amit Duggal. Duggal sir. Amit ji did.
we request you to please hand over the memento to Amit Duggal ji. Is there anybody left? Amit Chawla ji? We request Amit ji to please kindly hand over the memento to Amit Chawla ji and to. Okay, let's do it together. Come on, everyone. Please put your hands together. And there is one more, so we request to please hand over this as well. Okay, done. I request everyone to please kindly step forward for a group picture. Okay, we request everyone, those who are sitting in front of us, everyone wanted to click a group picture. So please kindly come forward nearby the stage and let's click a group picture. I request Mr. Munjal sir to please kindly come up on the stage and join us. Thank you so much, everyone. It's a request to all of you to please be respectfully seated again on your seats. And I request for vote of thanks to Mr. Amit Chawla ji kindly step forward and kindly conclude the session. We request Amit Chawla ji to please step forward. Amit Chawla ji. Earlier it was. Start. Start.
I request everyone, please come, join us in the dinner and we will have a drinks over there. Thank you. हो गया वो दोनों हो गए